Good day, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. And let us start with an excerpt from the Encyclopedia Eorzea, Volume 1, on basic etherology. Not only is ether the most basic building block of all creation, but also the life energy upon which the various schools of magic draw. Without knowledge of ether and how it works, scholars would understand significantly less about the world and its inner workings. Life and ether. Within all beings, whether it be man, animal, or even plant, does ether flow. It is the spark which grants life to the lifeless. Conversely, death can be said to occur once ether has left a corporeal object. From this, it is clear to see why many scholars use the words life and ether interchangeably. It can be assumed that a young man of sound mind and body will possess a high concentration of ethereal energy in his humors, whereas an older man, or one inflicted with corruption, will not. Some scholars have expanded upon this hypothesis, saying that the consumption of food serves not only to fill the belly, but to provide the body with ether lost through exertion. Ether is not by any means static. It constantly flows through creation, forming currents through earth, water, and air, which ensure that life is sustained throughout the world. The stoppage of these currents would be akin to the atrophication of a limb cut from the heart. Ether is the lifeblood of Heidelin, and without it she and her children would perish. The source of all magics, manipulation of ether, is a manner that deviates from its natural tendencies in what scholars call magic. While the various schools of magic, such as thaumaturgy and conjury, all employ different methods to achieve this goal, the basic concept is the same. A similar, yet more primitive type of ethereal manipulation can also be seen in non-sentient beings. A raptor breathing fire or a biast generating a levin-like shock are all examples of lesser-born creatures utilizing the ether within their bodies or available from the nearby environment to hunt or protect themselves from harm. Yes, that is from the Encyclopedia Eorzea. They finally arrived after 13 months since they announced the reprint. I now have my copies of the first and second volume. I can't wait for them to release a third one, and hopefully I can grab one. These books are absolutely insane. If you're a fan of Final Fantasy XIV and can somehow get those, get them. They're pricey, but they're worth it, because these are truly gems of the game. They are incredibly well written. There is way more information in them. Even though I already knew about these books, I did not anticipate just the sheer amount of information that's in them. And the way they're put together and printed, and the amount of artwork and other stuff that's in them is absolutely incredible. So if you want to treat yourself, and if you love Final Fantasy XIV, get Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 1 and 2. It is more than worth it. And you'll fondly look back at your time with the game, reading these, even in, 10, 20, 30 years to come. Absolutely incredible. Anyways, that being said, let's get into the game. I started stream today a little bit later than I originally planned, which, sometimes it's just nice after the long stream yesterday to relax a little bit, and I mainly wanted to craft and wanted to get back in to crafting and really see where I'm sort of currently at with the new gear, and whether or not I'll even be able to craft my raid gear for the next week. Looks good though. I was able to pretty much do a lot this morning. I did a little bit of Island Sanctuary as well and set up the construction of a monument apparently. Sounds bigger than what it is. It's a windmill, basically. That's all that I really did there, though. And I set my agenda a little bit for the things that are being produced this week, or at least the next 2 days. And then, yeah, I really got into crafting. I updated my crafting gear, so now my left side crafting gear is updated. If I go to my crafter, I now have 590 crafting gear on the left side and the secondary tools on every crafter. One thing that I'm still missing are the primary tools for crafters and also new gathering gear, because the gatherers are still at 560. And once I have that, I'll be able to gather the materials that I need for the raid gear. And I need to do some melding as well on the crafters, but should be fine with doing as many HQ intermediate crafts as I can. I should be fairly well able to craft my my raid gear for next week, and since there is still time to do that, I'm not really stressed out about that. It'll be, you know, it'll happen. It'll happen. I do need to buy some materials, maybe, for them, but that's really not a big deal. That being said, we can go right into crafting, because I want to continue with the Emelians, obviously. I still have 6 deliveries open for this week, so we'll go back there and see what we can do. First of all, let me actually look at what she wants. Etheroconductive focus, but we only need 3, correct? Yes, 3 of these, which requires... Let's see, custom deliveries, Emelians, 3 etheroconductive focus components. That's in Charlian, right? I was like, she isn't Charlian. I was shortly a little bit just thinking about where that was, but yeah, it's here. And you can just buy that stuff on the market, right? That's a new Tataro quest that I still need to do, right? And she's just standing in her home. So yeah, another thing that I did, which was surprisingly easy to do, and I didn't remember just how easy that was, is getting the new master recipe books. So they released 1 new master recipe book for every crafter, obviously. They always do that in the 0.2 patches, and you need those in order to be able to craft the new raid gear. That being said, they're incredibly easy to get, or were incredibly easy to get. Wait, is this the right thing? I think I need to go over here, right? The apothecary, yeah. Because I luckily still had a lot of materials, right? I mean, I just had my retainers gather all the new materials that they could since Endwalker released, basically, which means that I have, well, you know, not the biggest stacks of everything, but certainly some of the items that we need. I do have. Okay, I need 3 of these, and then we can just buy 3 of these as well, right? Because I need to craft those afterwards. It's gonna be the next stage. Yeah. So yeah, I was kind of lucky on that, and I had materials already lying around, so I was able to just craft 30 collectibles, which was enough to get all the books. Except for 1, because I knew that I was still going to do Emelians, and that will give me enough white scripts to actually buy the last book, which is why I'm doing this now. But yeah, it was incredibly easy, and also surprisingly fast, which I honestly did not really expect. Alright, let me see here. Can I just do this? Probably, right? So yeah, As I said, that was surprisingly easy to do, and I honestly just thought that it would take more time. It's basically the gist of it, right? Which is why I was slightly concerned whether or not I was able to do it. But yeah, it didn't take any time at all. I ordered pizza again, and within the time that it took the pizza to get here, I had already crafted enough to be able to grab all the master recipe books. So yeah, no big deal, and that makes things a lot easier going forward, because well, I mean, I do still need to craft a bunch of stuff, especially with the gathering. Obviously I don't need to update my gathering gear. I could just buy stuff off the market board or something, but at that point I might as well just buy the gear directly. And I kind of don't want to do that. And honestly, gathering is pretty fun in Endwalker. I mean, it was always kind of fun, you know, it's just a little bit of mindless stuff that you could do while watching something else. So that's pretty cool. How the hell do you get up there? I just noticed that there's a sightseeing spot. How the fuck does that work? What the heck? I never knew there was a sightseeing spot up there. How's that work? You can't... Oh, wait. Is it just... Can you literally go inside the house and then outside again? Does that work? Because it has an upper floor. Might as well try. But yeah, so the gathering's pretty fun, and I do need to upgrade my gathering gear to the 590 versions as well, in order to be able to have enough perception and gathering to actually get the... Oh, nice. Huh. Oh, it's not really all that worth it, but, you know, might as well. Well, that's number one, the Levelier Estate. Actually, am I not looking at estate, I'm standing in. Anyways, this elegant mansion has stood for 3 centuries and is a treasured example of Charlian's architectural heritage. For generations, it has served as the home of House Levelier, a noble family from which has arisen many distinguished foreign members. 3 centuries meaning that they kind of started to build it when the Great Exodus happened? Is that what they call it? It is, right? When they retreated from the Dravanian hinterlands. Makes sense that that's when it would have been built. I like this, how it opens. So yeah, I'm gonna upgrade my gathering gear, that way I'll be able to gather all the materials myself, and then I can just, with the upgraded crafted gear as well, it shouldn't be too difficult. As I said, usually, especially if you craft a couple of the intermediate materials in HQ, it's really not that difficult to get the actual crafts to HQ as well. It'll be somewhat, you know, close, I guess, but it'll work out, and that's all that I need. And again, I have until lunchtime on Tuesday to do it, so won't be a big problem. I'm much more concerned actually clearing the extreme, because, you know, PF really didn't do that well yesterday. Let's see how it goes today, though. Yeah, I already did this last time, don't need to read through that again. But we'll get to her next stage. I have wonderful news. The students have naught but praise for your marvelous supplies. Indeed, it appears the program is a smashing success. Why, even my former mentor saw fit to congratulate me. Rest assured, however, I told him I could not have done it without you. I only hope the supplies have also been of use to Mila. Once she has a solid grasp of ether manipulation, I have no doubt our resources will further bolster her flourishing skills. Alas, I must give her the space to learn in her own time. I like how we just read about ether manipulation from the Encyclopedia Eorzea. Alright. Do we actually get a new quest, or is that after the next stage? There's always one, like, longer quest in between, I think. Hello, I didn't realize you were visiting. Actually, there was something I wanted to tell you. I really appreciate the work you've done, procuring all sorts of things for myself and the other students. Your support has meant the world to us, so thank you. Well then, I'd better be off. A lot of spells to practice and so little time. I mustn't drag my feet lest I get left behind by my peers. Just a moment, Mila. I could not help but notice that you seem to a touch out of sorts. Pray tell, is something the matter? Whatever do you mean? I couldn't feel better. Are you sure? Though faint, the gauntness of your cheeks indicates otherwise. I have no doubts you enjoy your meals here at home, but I cannot speak for elsewhere. What can you tell me of the food at the studium? Oh no, has she had to eat Archon loaf the entire time? Aha! As I thought. Believe it or not, meals at the studium were considered gruesome, to put it lightly, even in my day. A damning statement considering our woefully low culinary standards. Forgive me for not noticing sooner, Mila. From now on, I shall personally prepare lunch for you. What? No, I couldn't bear to inconvenience you any further. Inconvenience? Don't be ridiculous. We are family, my dear. Is she gonna, prepare lunch for everyone? She can literally just pay for the last stand at that point. Alright then, I'd love to learn how to cook veterinarian dishes, if you would care to teach me. Come, let us away to the kitchen. I think doesn't she need to learn spells and whatnot? Lady Emelians, we servants would be happy to serve anything you wish. I must insist that you leave the cooking to us. Thank you, Merrilt, but that won't be necessary. Though I am out of practice, I am not wholly bereft of culinary skill. After all, it was I who often prepared luncheon covers for Fortuno when we were students, and I'm quite glad I did. His propensity for Archon loaf would have ruined his figure otherwise. Now, let us go and put the kitchen to good use, shall we? Yes. Oh, boy. But, Lady Emelians, please reconsider. Oh, boy. Ah, she's creating all kinds of chaos in her house, isn't she? Benefactor of House Levelier. So are we now providing lunch for them, or? And yet there's still much work to be done if she's to ensure students enrolled in the academic homestead program feel at home in Old Charlian. To that end, Emelians has a new favor to ask of you. No, I think quest is probably later. 'Tis only natural Mila would grow homesick, and yet somehow I failed to notice. The taste of home from time to time would no doubt lift her spirits, but we've only the bland cuisine of Charlian to offer her. Which is why I suspect that rather than endure the questionable repast of the studium, she chooses to suffer pangs of both longing and hunger when she's away. It breaks my heart to think that there may be other students suffering in silence, just as Mila did. To err on the side of caution, I will advise the other homestead families to be particularly mindful when it comes to matters of nourishment. Speaking of which, students who share Mila's passion for learning are often wont to remain at the studium from their first classes in the morning until well after the last bell. Luncheon coffers able to keep their food fresh during those long hours would go a long way to quell any dietary issues they may have. I trust I can count on you to supply the requisite coffers. Oh, now we're literally just doing Tupperware. Okay. Let's do that then. Give me a second. Somebody wrote me a message. bum, bum. Well, thankfully, I already grabbed the necessary materials. I can just do... What did I do with this, right? I don't know if this is the fastest way to do that, but at the end of the day, I don't really care. It works. It's only 3 crafts, it doesn't really matter. Emilians must be somewhat confused as well that I'm just crafting right next to her, but okay. Also, she's probably going to be confused how an alchemist can create coffers, but alright. Thank you for your continued support. As I know all too well from my time as a student, 'tis nigh impossible to concentrate on an empty stomach. Hence why I have a mind to keep a few luncheon coffers at hand, if I could trouble you with the task of procuring them. Let us do that. Oh, oops. I always forget that Anyways, you can just read through it. It's the same text every time. As a Charlian, I am all too aware of our propensity to prioritize nutrition over flavor in cuisine. Exposure to food from other cultures through the Homestead program, however, has broadened many families' views on nourishment. You might say it's given us food for thought. But even the most delicious dishes can be spoiled if not kept at the proper temperature, which is why I must be certain this luncheon coffer is up to the mark. Yeah. And I think the second text is always the same. Thank you, not only for procuring supplies, but for believing in my vision. After everything I've heard of your grand adventures with Alfino and Alasei, never in my wildest dreams did I believe we might find ourselves working together. I could not have asked for a better partner. Alright, and that's going to continue next week. That is perfect, because that means that I'm finished with the custom deliveries for this week, and we are at stage 3 of 5 with the Emilians. Also, hopefully, yes, this tipped me over the required scripts for the last master book. That being said, there is a script exchange here now, right? I mean, there has to be if there are custom deliveries here. The only thing I dislike about that is that she's quite far away from where you get the supplies. Like, usually in the past they put that closer together. But then again, I don't really mind. It gives you an opportunity, like, you know, it's done so quickly, and, you know, it's only once per week. It doesn't really matter all that much. And thankfully, with the new patch, they've actually updated, I think I've already mentioned that, right? They've updated the amount of scripts you can carry, which is definitely a good thing, because you can now turn in 6, like all the custom deliveries for one of the custom delivery people at once without worrying to have too many white scripts in your possession. That being said, I don't actually see a script exchange here. That can't be right. That really not here? I guess they didn't put one here. I don't know. Let's just go to Ruts at Hand. It doesn't really matter, but One quick second. Just double check something. Let's see, can I... Oh, my... No. I just need to double check something, sorry. I'm looking for a specific series. Is it really this one? All right. Let's grab the last book, shall we? Also, let's repair this. By the way, I'm still wearing overmelded level 80 crafting rings. I do need to exchange them, but they're still pretty good. Like, they're not that much more worse than the current ones, even though the current ones are like 100 item levels higher. That's crafting accessories for you, though. Alright, by the way, I don't really understand the Scrappy Exchange Master Recipes 1 go from 3 to 9, and then 2 is just the new ones. Okay, blacksmith, okay, just carpenter. Perfect! Now we have all of these. Nice. Back to my summoner. That should be enough. Here, let me just see, we got this done. Nice, nice. Oh, by the way, I actually did watch a guide for the Extreme yesterday, and just as I thought, there isn't really that much more that I hadn't seen yet. It's just slightly different combinations of what he was doing originally. One thing that was slightly confused about is how the fight was going to go, but it's actually really interesting. So there are multiple phases to the fight, and she's switching back and forth between her forms, right? So she starts out in the sword form, then she goes into her, like, monk wind form thing. She actually goes back to the sword form, then back to the wind form, then back to the sword form, and then she does her enrage. And the mechanics change slightly, but they're very similar, right? So basically, if you're 50% through the fight, you're almost through, which is good. Okay. I guess, is there anything else that I want to do besides... Let's try to find a party, shall we? Let's see, duty, high-end duty, Storm's Crown, objective, I don't care, current role, let's see. Phase 2 practice, not going in until my ice cream finished, okay. Can understand that. Practice that turns into farm, kill groups in rage, practice from start, practice from beginning, line from start. Phase 2 practice, let's join this one. All right, yeah. Let's see how this goes. I need to get back into it. Well, the fight itself isn't really. So I just need to double check. So after she does her first like big heal check thing in phase 2. Well, first of all, when she changes to phase 2, I need to be aware that she's doing the She's doing the small like connections to people, which is apparently, by the way, tank healer. I didn't notice that, but it makes sense. That's easy enough to avoid. You just need to be careful that she does that. After the first big heal check, right, after she does her pounding on the floor and whatnot, that's when you need to stand south and do the merry-go-round, and then the stack and whatnot hits. There is something later on when she goes into that phase for a second time, where she's also doing a bunch of other AoEs as well at the same time. So yeah, there's a lot going on. The fight can be quite chaotic in certain situations, but for the most part, you know. But yeah, anyways, the fight really, well, I wouldn't necessarily say it's not that difficult. The thing is, there's a lot that could go wrong. She does dish out a bunch of damage, and well, wiping can quite easily occur, I would say. So, yeah, it's probably gonna take a little bit to clear. Especially if you have to switch groups and whatnot, but, you know, it'll be fine, hopefully. I do have technically more than enough time to do this, but... Okay. Let's see. Endwalker, blah blah blah. R1. Ooh, nice macro. Flares, that's easy. Tangles. The fuck is the tangle thing supposed to be? Wait, hold on. Isn't that the PlayStation markers? Oh well. It'll be fine. Also, I forgot my fucking raid food. Oopsie.
My hair shimmers with anticipation.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. I mean, as I said, the fight isn't overly complicated, I feel like. Just need to keep a couple of things in mind, and should be fine. Also, the more and more people get acquainted with it, the easier it should hopefully be to clear. The thing is that you see a lot of, you know... Oh, fuck. Everybody stood in the middle for so long that I didn't even bother to check. You should always check yourself, never trust in others. Fuck. Okay, yeah. Just the first pull of the day. That's when you don't check. Both parties stood in the middle for so long that I didn't even bother to check. I just stood there, and a lot of other people probably didn't either. Oh fuck, I forgot the food again. Well, I mean, it is practice, but...
My head shimmers with anticipation.
Obviously it makes sense to eat something eventually. Anyways, let's get back into it. Let's actually focus on the fight, because I've been writing with a friend of mine, but I should focus too, and not trust in others.
Oh no, God.
Alright. That's outside, that's easy to see. And now she jumps again.
Try this.
Perfect.
How about you?
Should have used my shield beforehand, but oh well. Honestly, in this first phase, your personal shield really isn't all that important. Just put the healing on the tank, I don't really care. How did the... I don't know how he died, but alright. I never understand how, like, one person can die there. I mean, I know that, you know, sometimes it clips awkwardly or something, but... guess that must have been it.
My legs are as the wind.
He's entangled, blue goes to the left, I hope. I actually didn't see that in the macro, but I think all groups are doing that, right?
Soft, strong, and free.
Oh no, he fucking ran out of people. How do you do that? And how did he... oh, he died because of the dot. I do have to say though, it is quite finicky. With the where you have to stand, because there isn't really that much room.
But the battle has only just begun.
Well, you know what? The transition gives me time to actually eat something though.
I'll slaughter you all.
Oh, nice.
Dodge this if you can.
Nobody heals, apparently.
I'll make it quick.
Should I just heal myself? But I can't really heal though. Well, then again, I could probably play Scholar quite fine. I just don't have gear. it's a big issue. I don't know what my healers have currently. I think it's like 590 or something. Wouldn't really matter all that much, but could be annoying, especially in terms of the because you have less vitality and stuff. And, yeah. Okay. I feel like this group isn't really. Well, then again, it's phase 2 practice, right? Right. I forgot about that. Somehow I thought it was phase 3, but no, it's phase 2 practice, so it's kind of fine.
Such rich, exquisite ether. My head shimmers with anticipation.
It'll be fine. We'll get to do it eventually. It's still fine. It's still fun, was what I wanted to say, to progress in PF. Oh, yeah, that's where short sword is. That is so weird that she just sometimes looks in different directions. Very unclear what she's actually doing there sometimes. At least now I probably remember to activate my shield before the start.
How about you?
What's the Reaper doing? How? Why are the Reapers always like insisting on using their damn portal in that situation? That's way too risky. Just stop using your teleport and go normally. You have more than enough time to do that.
So strong and free.
Please don't kill me. Also, how does he expect... How do they expect that people would, like, recognize where the damn portal is? I don't even know what that looks like. I mean, I kinda do, I think. I don't know if I would recognize where they have their portal. They should stay close to the boss anyways. There's no reason to... like, be away from the boss if you're melee, right?
I'll slaughter you all. Dodge this if you can.
At least I remember the connection thingies just in time. I wish tanks and healers would actually go to, you know, their respective spots though, instead of not. What the fuck was that? Why is everybody doing this counterclockwise? Like, seriously.
Feel my fury!
Huh?
Know your place.
I don't understand why people are moving counterclockwise. Like, that doesn't really make any sense, does it? Why wouldn't you do that clockwise? Or I guess, wait. I guess they're making it like Happy? Because Happy in his guide says tanks and healers move clockwise. Ah, that might be it.
Such rich, exquisite ether. My head shimmers with anticipation.
The thing is just at this point I really want to get to the third phase raid. I want to practice that.
On your guard.
Ooh, nice.
Have at you.
Shield might have been a little bit late, but oh. Maybe I really should use it for the first, thing. Right, is this boss relative now, or do we do this differently? I just did it boss relative. Might have confused people, I don't know. Does it even work different? I mean, it makes way more sense for the main tank to just stand in front of her, right? So not doing it boss relative would be insanely dumb, but...
My locks are as the wind. Strong and free.
Oh. Did it just open? No, kill me! Why would you move there? Oh. Why would you move? Why? You're already standing in the correct spot. You don't need to go anywhere else. How do people not remember that there's somebody behind them? AO is to 2-4. Wait, really? Are we doing that stupid stuff? Oh man. Why do people not just do blue left? And why wasn't that in the macro, by the way?
I'll slaughter you all. Dodge this if you can.
PF needs to do it complicated, as always. I guess that's just standard, isn't it? So, what the fuck? Oh shit. That was my bad.
Feel my fury. Know your
Pick up the
place.
down zone. Also, they stack on A for some reason. I mean, it kind of makes sense, or it doesn't. I don't know. If you stack on A here, you can literally just tank yourself all the time, right? Yeah, let me actually double check. Was that in the macro somewhere? I don't think so, but... Oh, okay, I always hate that it... grab this. Where's the macro? Big AoE 2-4. Okay, never mind. That was my bad. Enumeration, tank, healer, clockwise. Okay. I just didn't read. That was my bad. Big AoE goes 2-4. That makes it insanely complicated, but alright. And I don't even know what this tangle thing even means. Because isn't that with the PlayStation symbols? Okay, big AoE goes 2-4. Which is northeast and southwest. That is so insanely stupid. Blue left is such an easier strategy. Oh well. Guess I just have to live with that. So 2-4 for the big AoEs, and do I need to remember anything else? Well, tank healer go clockwise instead of the DPS. That's fine. That makes sense though, because that means that the melees can in theory stay at her flanks, or not flanks, but the position where they can do their positionals properly. So that's actually better. That's the weirdest part, right? Is that like PF always has these weird combinations of strategies, where half of it is really well thought out, and the other half not at all, because the people always just copy over macros and whatnot instead of actually thinking about, hey, what would the best strategy actually be, right?
On your guard.
The heck is the Reaper always running?
Try this. Have at you.
I do have to say the fight is fun. It definitely is. Okay, so are we doing true north then? That's dumb. I guess we are.
My lots are as the wind.
The 2-4? What the fuck got 2-4? Okay.
Strong and free.
Oops. Did the wrong thing first. Well, maybe I actually killed the other one. But no, they stood to the right and then moved back over to the left.
You've done well to last this.
Why would you do that, right? If you already stand to the right.
But the battle has only just begun.
Happy, by the way, mentioned in his guide that you're supposed to go out of the middle because it does additional damage, but it's literally just... I don't know. I think she does that damage regardless. I think it's just that you don't get the knockback, maybe? If you...
Dodge this if you can!
I think you don't get the knockback if you...
I'll make it quick.
Don't stand in the middle or something. Why do people... Why do the tanks always run to my position? I don't get it. He even needs to move counterclockwise afterwards. That's like the third time or something that a tank has killed me here, and I don't understand why. I'm literally standing on my marker. Why is the stack moving to C when we're starting at A? Who came up with that? Are you kidding me?
Don't underestimate me.
Oh, I did anyways. I mean, it's not that bad. You know, we managed to get to phase... Well, not phase 3, but managed to get through that. Really isn't that difficult. I just don't understand why people are doing stuff like that. First of all, again, why are we stacking on A if we're then moving to C for the stack? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And I don't understand why tanks intend to run to me in that situation, especially when they are the ones that have to move clockwise. Do people get irritated because that's sort of the only explanation I can come up with, that people might get irritated by the lines sort of having this, like it's not a straight line, obviously, the AoEs, right? They're like the circle, half circle thing.
Try this.
Why would you go there? I literally, like, I moved a billion miles away to give him room, and he just doesn't take it. I guess he thought he was, safe or something? I don't know. Probably should have killed somebody else.
My locks are as the wind.
Alright, where 2, 2, and 4 are there. That's such a dumb tactic. Just, it requires so much more thinking than would be necessary here. Oh, let me actually check if people are fainting the later knockdown thing. Probably not, right?
But the battle is only...
I feel like a lack of mitigation there is usually what's the biggest issue for groups. Yeah. I honestly think the only thing that you can really do here is prevent the knockback from the middle when you are not standing right in her hitbox, because otherwise I don't think there is any reason to get out of the middle there.
Dodge this if you can! I'll make it quick.
Knowing that this is always on Tansy, this does make this somewhat... not easier, but... you know, it's just... takes out a little bit of the guesswork. Why do you... there is so much space there! I'm standing right on my marker!
Feel my fury! Know your place.
I don't understand why they are so... like they... Why would you need to pop sprint? It doesn't even do anything. Yeah, he's the problem. I don't know why people have such a big problem with that. Like, I'm standing right next to the AoE, and if the other person is standing right next to the AoE, there is even space left over. Like, it's really not that tight. Because the problem is, right, I'm running right to my marker, basically, which that's usually like right on the edge of the AoE, right? And since it's doing, like, it's sort of doing this curve, I guess the other person, but again, there is a lot of space there. Like, the problem is that the tank literally moved into basically the middle of the safe spot and then moved over to their side, which is obviously going to clip us because it comes out fairly quickly after you move out. They just need to move to their position, which is north, and then they can move over a little bit to be safe, right? So they basically need to run into the AoE and then out of the AoE slightly, and it'll work. The problem is they're running into the middle of the safe spot and then try to get away from me, which doesn't work. Like, it doesn't work because the snapshotting is too quick. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I already have people who were capable of doing that really, really easily, right? And again, sprint doesn't do anything because
exquisite.
I'll still be ending up in the exact same position.
My head shimmers with anticipation.
And I don't want to, you know, don't want to annoy the healer. And the thing is, I died pretty much right on top of my marker as well, so I'm not moving anywhere. Okay, where the fuck is mine?
Try this.
Still hate to do that in True North.
How about you?
You guys could also pre-position for that, right? I mean, not that it really matters, but... Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, I was trying to, you know, do my AoE later, but... She's standing on the edge of the arena for so long.
My legs are as the wind.
Well, that cost us insanely long as well. Go for... Let's here. Please don't kill me.
Strong and free.
Oh shit, we double raised. That was my bad. How did... what? Why did I clip my GCD there? I don't understand. That should have...
You've done well
not clipped.
to last this long.
I feel like it didn't take one of my inputs.
But the battle has only just begun.
Yeah, I think it's just you can prevent the knockback if you...
I'll slaughter you all. Dodge this if you can.
Why are they standing so far away?
I'll make it quick.
Well, then again, she doesn't really move all that much. Let's see if they've learned. See? That's insanely easy. They have like a billion light years of space.
Feel my fury.
The problem is that they have to move for... Oh fuck. That was my bad.
No,
See, I didn't even see that I had the fucking thing. The problem is that they have to move further because of how the AoE looks. Like, because of how... Oh, it's actually painted, nice. Like, the curvature of the AoE means that they have to move more. So I think, you know, the way you actually want to do that is probably that you... That's so dumb. How the fuck did I die? Okay. I guess, oh, the flare must have adjusted or something. I don't know. That was weird. Yeah, the problem is with the curvature of the AoE, I think it would actually make more sense to put melees into intercardinals if you want to keep uptime, that is. And yeah, as a tank, you probably want to... What was the samurai doing? As a tank, you probably want to pop sprint there anyways, because it will make it so that you can like use more GCDs and stuff. I don't know. Either way, like, if you want to keep more uptime, you need to pop sprint anyways as a tank, and if you don't care about the uptime and you're just doing, which, you know, in a trial isn't a big problem anyways, you're just doing one, what's it called, ranged attack or something, then you might as well stand there anyways. It's really not a big deal. But yeah, I can't move anywhere else. That's the problem, right? And again, there's more than enough space. You just need to use it.
My head shimmers with anticipation.
Still don't understand how I took so much damage there, though. I might have missed some heal, or I don't know. My positioning was slightly weird. That's also because of this weird overstacking on A, but then moving to C for the stack. I don't know.
this. Have at you.
Why did I take so much damage there? Guess I went in for healing too late? Something like that. Yo, what the... These stacks take really, really long to go off, by the way. You're waiting for them for a really, really long time.
My locks are as the wind.
2-4 for the big one. Why am I constantly the big ones?
You've done well to last this long. But the battle has only just begun.
Forgot to move out again. But I'm not taking more damage than the others, so yeah, I really don't think that's an issue. I'm just slightly missing my Ruin 4 there, which is somewhat annoying, but... oh well.
I'll slaughter you all! Dodge this if you can!
Oh god. Almost forgot that again. Right. See how well it works this time. But yeah, the problem is that they have to run into the, like, sort of back... whatever you want to call that, right? Like, there's a weird sort of back thing there where they need to go.
Feel my fury! Know your place.
Oh, that almost hit me. Oh, did I mess up my rotation there? At least they're healing this really well. I did, didn't I? Definitely messed up my rotation. That was risky. Still does so much damage. Oh. Oh, for fuck's sake! That was dumb. Of me, I mean. Kind of unnecessary. Can't see anything!
Don't underestimate.
Ugh. God, this is... holy fuck! That's really, really tight there. Oh, did the macro say anything about whether or not DPS go to the left or right there? Enumeration, tanks healer counterclockwise. No, doesn't. Tangles? Oh, is that what it means? The tangle things? Maybe?
Such rich.
I kind of don't really understand why we're messing up there, though. That's literally just dodging AoEs, right? How do you die there? I even had a bone sack. Well, I just, you know, if you don't get hit by anything, then the bone sack doesn't really matter, right?
Oh no, God.
That is so weird when she's looking towards where she's chugging the sword, right? Because you can't actually see that she's holding her sword down.
Try this.
I might have to adjust my rotation slightly towards the end of phase 2.
Have at you.
Because I feel like I'm entering my casting phases when I need to move, which is obviously bad. Oh, fuck. Well, at least nobody tried to move out of the way or something. That's good. Man, this is so weird doing that true north. Because you just tend to forget about it, right? That's why I think boss relative is so much easier, because you don't need to think about it. Whenever something happens, you just move where it makes sense and that's it, right? Don't need to look around for anything. Whereas now, especially with the big areas here, right, I need to look to my right, need to see, oh, the 4 markers there, okay, let's do this way. I hate that I delay my thing there so much. Shouldn't the Reaper have theirs as well, or is that only later? Oh yeah, they just did it way too late, okay. I was gonna say, where's the Reaper's buff, but they just did it way too late. Still stacked with mine though, because mine lasts for a fucking eternity. I should probably do the dash and then ruin 4 instead of 2 ruby rights, right? In theory that should deal more damage because it's 3 GCDs instead of 2.
Dodge this if you can. I'll make it quick.
Why are people standing so far apart for that? I definitely want to do Deep Fruits here, right?
Know your place.
Kind of depends on where she jumps first. Probably want to do, yeah, let's do the cast here, and now it should work out to where I can just straight up run the entire time without having to cast anything. Yeah. Now I'm going straight into Bahamut. Perfect. Dish that out. Did that actually hit everybody? I hate that so much that it's such an unnecessary thing, really. How the fuck is that?
Don't underestimate.
Did they not get hit by that? how was that supposed to work? They literally had to stand more or less inside of one of the tornadoes in order for us to be able to stack? Or do you need to... Like, are they also player targeted? So if you're standing there too early, do they move towards that position? It's the only thing I can come up with, because otherwise that's kind of ridiculous, right? Otherwise you'd have to time that way too well. Well, at least we're pretty good at getting there. People seem to be pretty, you know, pretty good at least at getting through the first damage phase, or heal check thing. That's usually where my parties had huge problems yesterday. But I do want to get further, right? It feels like every party is sort of stuck at this one spot.
Exquisite ether.
I mean, I can understand
My
why, but
head
still.
shimmers with anticipation. On your guard.
I think some people confuse themselves there. See, that's why I hate that. They're doing a visual tell, but she's like looking in a random direction for some reason, relative to where she put her sword, and that's really not great design, I have to say. Like, because it's unnecessarily annoying to keep her orientation in mind, and I honestly wonder what that's even based on. Like, I wonder how she decides where to look. Right? That just seems so unnecessarily... Well, it's not complicated, it's just that it's a thing you can't really influence, but it does influence... It's a randomness factor, basically, that can mess things up for you, and I don't like that, right? If you have randomness, then all the possible permutations should have the same difficulty, right? So that's why I don't really like it.
Strong and free.
I don't know why they decided to do it that way. Otherwise, this group's pretty good, though. Like, they're very consistent, I feel like.
You've done well to last this
And
long.
people do mess up from time to time, right? It's
But the
just...
battle has only just begun.
Sometimes you just forget something, or, I don't know, you suddenly do something differently to be so, oh, right, I wanted to do this, let's see. So I can do these two, and now, because they're shorter in duration, right, I should be able to do this. Yeah, okay. I think that makes more sense. Very small optimization, but it is an optimization.
I'll slaughter you all. Dodge this if you can.
I'm still an absolute massive fan of what they did with
I'll make it quick.
with the ability to just spam an attack, and it'll automatically attack once you have a target in your sights, right? So you can just spam an attack button, and it'll automatically attack once the boss is back. You don't need to manually re-target them.
Feel my fury. Know your place.
If I do the rush in there first, it does work. Alright. It should work out fine as well. with the movement. I like that. Makes you think about your rotation at least a little bit. Don't know if it was... Oh yeah, no, I should definitely use my personal shield there. Where the fuck's Beam? I did that way too late. The buff needs to come in way sooner than that. I hate that you get... Why does that need to be here? Well, it kind of does work out, I guess. Oh god. How the fuck did I dodge that? Stay safe.
Don't underestimate me.
Oh, give me my shield. Oh, oh, we did make it through. Now she's back to this. First time I've seen this. Yay! Progress!
A fair wind blows.
Okay, where the fuck do we go now? Do we need to, like, stay very close to each other? Yeah. Oh, fuck. I forgot about that.
Have at you. Try this.
So how... Oh no, why do people always have to go? We can clear this in like half an hour. Go to number marker? The fuck? Okay. So it's a little bit strange because what they're talking about, right, is with the PlayStation markers, the way they set it up, I think that's what Happy just had in his tutorial, and it does make sense. You just go to the number with the same color, right? Now that doesn't work out perfectly because our markers that we can set are red, yellow, blue, and purple, right? Whereas the PlayStation symbols are red, green, blue, and purple. But you just substitute the green and yellow and it works out. Alright. Sounds easy enough. I mean, I knew again, as I said, I watched Happy's Guide yesterday, and it's straightforward enough. And the rest of the stuff is really not that difficult. The heal checks are spicy, definitely, because if something goes wrong, you can very easily die there. But aside from that, works out pretty well. I think we have a shot at clearing this if the party stays together for another hour, because and if we get somebody who knows what they're doing as a substitution here, because the rest of the stuff is basically more or less the same, right? You just need to get a little bit lucky. Should I copy paste the it doesn't matter. I was going to say, should I copy paste the what's it called, the macro, but the reason why I do definitely like the fight is it's fast paced and it keeps you on your toes, right? I mean, there's stuff happening constantly, and I do really enjoy that. It's not that I don't enjoy the fight. It's what I said yesterday, right? It's just that the mechanics could have used a little bit more innovation, I feel like. I wish they would have done a couple things just a tiny bit different. Not even necessarily the things with the like visual indicators for where she jumps or what she does in the first phase, but definitely the sort of, I don't know, AoE galore that she does. I wish they just would have come up with something a little bit more clever. I don't know. It's just, it is very different to E6. I'll give it that, right? And I do like that the phases sort of rotate between each other, and they're always slightly different in what happens when and whatnot. And the heal checks are spicy. I like that as well. There's a lot to like about this fight. I just wish that it had like one more sort of specialty to it, right? I guess, well, again, if we sort of look back to the weapons in Shadowbringers, they had this like very, very unique thing to them. And while the hairs and being confined to your circle with the hairs is pretty cool, I kind of wish they would have done more with that. Like, I kind of wish that was sort of the main theme of the fight, rather than having these kind of pointless AoE phases in between. Well, they're not really pointless, but still. Like, for example, the phase with the 2 flares and the stack marker, instead of having a knockback in the middle, why not combine that with the hairs as well, right? Where, you kind of need to position yourself based on, I don't know, the restraints you have, right? That kind of thing. I feel like they could have done a lot more there. Well, maybe not a lot more, but it's just overall sort of this feeling of too much same stuff where they could have innovated more with what they had, I feel like. It is, I have to say though, that's on like a pretty high overall quality, right? I'm just sort of nitpicking here a little bit, really. I've definitely played way worse extremes, and this is definitely the best Endwalker extreme so far, I would say. I still don't really understand what the Tangles part is supposed to be. I think that's supposed to mean, oh yeah, big ones go to 2 and 4. I think writing that in plain text would be a lot easier to understand, but oh well. It's fine. Oh, he has the shoulder things too. Nice. Let's see what we can do. Honestly, if we stick together for this instance, I think we have a real shot at clearing it, even though the fight is kind of long. One good thing about it though, is that it's actually somewhat difficult to recover, so you can't really have that many deaths, which in turn means that if you get through everything with people still alive, there's a high chance that you also meet the DPS check at the end, right? It's not like with other primals where it feels like they don't have any DPS check at all, but if a lot of people die because you're still during proc or something, sometimes you kind of, you know, it kind of works out to where you have like 25 deaths, and then even though you get through it, you still don't meet the DPS check.
Try this.
These stack markers take so freaking long to go off, right?
Have at you.
That first instance went by really quickly, though. And yeah, to, you know, stay with the slight nitpicking, I'm not the biggest fan of the music, honestly. The biggest problem with the music is just that it's sort of too samey, right? It doesn't really have any sort of highs and lows, it's just sort of background noise.
Soft, strong, and free.
I mean, it does have, you know, the game has so much good music that it's somewhat difficult to come up with really, really good new music all the time. But still.
You've done well to last.
Alright, let's see if it's still knocking me back if I'm not standing inside of her hitbox. If that really works. It does. Okay, so it's really only the fact that she knockbacks you, but I feel like that's not even doing that much, to be honest. I don't know. I mean, it's a knockback, but it's... I don't think it's extra damage, and if it is, probably only like 5k or something.
Dodge this if you can.
Almost forgot about these again.
I'll make it quick.
They're just so easy to forget. And also, they happen like she screams, dodge this if you can, right? But even when you hear that and are reminded of what happens, it's still sort of... Alright, so I want to start with these again, right?
Know your place.
Now, that's... I think I just need to ruin 4 there. Otherwise it won't work. Let's see if I remember my buff this time. Oh, we're still in a group. See, that's the problem when you're delaying it earlier, right? Because now it's coming up way too late. Well, kinda too late. It still work, but it's slightly annoying. That still deals such an insane amount of damage, right? I always think that I'm standing inside of her, like, middle AoE, but you're getting transported into your stuff anyways, right? So... Oh no, that was dumb. This is, like, really strange. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Don't underestimate me. A fair wind blows.
The red. Yeah, that's easy enough.
Have at you.
Okay, so now she's doing outside again. So this should be the same as before, right? If I'm... There she's jumping.
Try this.
Oh. Definitely want to handle that. Let's assume my buff. It's like completely misaligned, but... I mean, after the rest really isn't all that difficult, it seems like, right?
You feel it too, do you not?
I still don't get why that has to be a freaking...
On your guard.
How did that still work? I guess it didn't. Ooh, oh no. I thought the white mage would survive. Looked for a second as if they were, but... Oh, they have to all be here, okay.
Let's try this again.
Well, I don't think we would meet the DPS check now, but it's good to see more things, you know.
There will be nothing left of you. Nothing.
She doing the jump again?
You can't escape the storm. I'll break your every bone.
Let's just add all this, to be honest, just to help out a little bit. It's still 5% mitigation, so... No, the healers are on top of the game. Nice. Oh boy. I almost messed that up. Oh, I even went into the correct direction. Nice. That was completely an accident, by the way. Just knockback. Heal myself with that. Oh shit. Heal came too late just a tiny bit. Oh, we got this. Okay, so I just don't really know how that was supposed to go with the like double AoEs. I think like because it said tanks and healers are supposed to move there, right? So I guess I just had to wait for my... Looked good though. Like, in theory, we already have this, because the other mechanics really aren't new. It's sort of more of the same. I think it has like one or two other gotcha moments. It'll be fine though.
Such rich, exquisite ether. My head shimmers with anticipation.
One thing that I slightly dislike is that the amount you can be outside of the hair AoE things, right? So you're not allowed to go outside, obviously. You need to stay within them. Otherwise, they pull you in and they do a dot and whatnot, right? But the problem is, I think that activates like slightly earlier, so it's really, really finicky to not accidentally be, you know, hit by that.
Try this. How about you?
I shouldn't forget my personal shield there. Sometimes I feel like I'm a little bit too far out to be hit by heals and or shields or something. Okay, so now we're just staying in for the stats zone. Easy enough. Just heal the smaller. It doesn't really matter, but why not?
My locks are as the wind.
I mean, it's not really worth not delaying it though, right? Like my buff.
Soft, strong, and free.
Oh, fuck! Why did I do that? See, I hate that. I wanted to get my buff out as quickly as possible and it just moved like a tiny bit too much. I shouldn't have, obviously, but that's so annoying. Why does the buff need to be exactly there? That's so unnecessary.
But the battle has only just begun.
Okay, let's just do that. I'll just have the buff at another point. Man, that was really dumb of me. That was really, really dumb. Completely unnecessary.
I'll slaughter you all. Dodge this if you can.
I almost forgot that again.
I'll make it quick.
That's the tank. I also don't like the tanks always end up in completely random positions. Sometimes they're south, sometimes they're north. It doesn't really matter, obviously. It's really not a big deal, but it's just funny to me that that happens. There's still so much more space. I don't know. Now the tank's running way too far. I mean, aren't they seeing just how much space there still is?
Fury. Know your place.
Should be fine in terms of my summons. I don't even know how people did this without the merry-go-round strat, right? That was so much more annoying. Holy shit, that deals so much damage! found... Oh, for fuck. How do I... I didn't see. Also, this time, for some reason, I got the AoE through, actually.
Don't underestimate me.
That is so unnecessarily tight everywhere. Holy fuck. I don't know, it just doesn't feel great to go through that phase, right? Because it's just unnecessarily tight in its execution, I feel like.
A fair wind blows.
That worked out.
Have at you.
Really isn't that difficult once you know how it works. If everybody's aware of what they need to do, it's fine.
Try this.
I don't know how my GCD was slightly too late there for my Phoenix, but I don't know. Was I dead in between? Maybe?
You feel it too, do you
What
not?
am I in blue? Right, that's with the weird stacks now, right? Come here.
On your guard.
Perfect. For a second there, I thought he was going to run away. But nope. Now she's moving. I mean, this is really cool, right? Once you already know what happens. I'm probably completely misaligned with that, but nothing I can do about it. I don't even know where the correct position for that would be. Maybe if we can get the LB3 out, we might be able to get the clear. Ah, fuck, she's gonna do the knockback. Oh, I still got lucky there. I'm back in the wind phase. Won't she immediately follow this up with the knocking down on stuff again? Summon Titan 1 GCD early. Oh fuck. Almost did that wrong. Nope, that was me. That's really, really... That was on me. I should have gone to 1. I went to 2. That's really, you just need to get used to the fact that you need to run away. I looked more out for whether or not I had the tether rather than my position. That's kind of weird. Just really need to get used to that. We might have even had it. I don't really know how much longer the fight would have been. Considering though that we almost wiped one time, the damage was pretty good, I think. That shouldn't be an issue. As I said, if you're getting through these phases anyways, I feel like you have a pretty good chance of clearing.
Insolence.
And we have this, right? I mean, we know what to do. Well, we have this. Easy. Just need to get through the, like, 2 or 3 sections that are still slightly messy. The one thing that I don't like is when she's doing the tiny green AoEs, right? These tiny green tornadoes. Because it feels like, I don't know if it's random. There might be like a pattern to it, or you might be able to bait them in a certain way where they're not that annoying. Because at least the bigger ground AoEs are baited on the players, so I'm not entirely sure if maybe the green ones are too. So you basically want to move to your partner as late as possible, so that you don't bait any AoEs towards where you need to stack. Though you do still have a lot of time to stack, so it's not that much of an issue. But I don't like it because it inherently feels random, right? It feels as if the game can give you like a bad pattern or something, right? And that's what I don't really like about that. It's just, I don't know. Feels a bit chaotic, too chaotic for a thing that is actually pretty easy. And so I just don't really like that. How does the dancer die? I feel like if we're missing shields, the dancer just dies. Do they not have food on or something? Or maybe they're slightly lower on gear or something?
My locks are as the wind.
Don't fully understand how that happens.
Soft, strong, and free.
I'm not gonna run out too early this time. So it is really, really tempting to do that. Because you just want to buff the party at the correct time. Well, the biggest issue isn't even this particular phase, but later on, because the buff comes back at the exact point where everybody is stacking, right? And you kind of want to use it there, but you can't because, well, because it's delayed by a GCD, right? I mean, it does work out if you pay attention and don't run to your stack position immediately, because it does take a little bit until she actually does the knockback and whatnot, right? So it's not really overly difficult, and it works out with the weird, because you get delayed in your rotation slightly anyways because of the because you're stuck for a little while when she does the bramble thing or tangle thing. Take us so much like space there. I don't know why they're running so far away. I guess they're playing it safe, huh?
Feel my fury. Know your place.
Now I need to cast Ruin 3 before so that I can run without issue. Yeah, see, if you just run through the middle like that, you can still buff everybody easily. Ooh, that was almost too much of an knockback. Poor Dancer. I feel like they really do have... Oh, fuck. That is so difficult to see. I feel like they really do have, like, slightly less gear or something. Are these player baited? I'm really not sure about this. I don't think they are. I mean, look at that. What here the healer with the number 2 had to do, right? Ooh, that is so spicy, isn't it? Well, I did have a bone stack though, so guess it's definitely possible. Just need to heal spam a little bit.
A fair wind blows. Have at you.
See, again, it was really hard to see because she was looking towards us what she was even doing. Like, obviously I can see that she's not holding up a sword, but I don't know, it's just a weird thing.
Try this.
Ooh. Could have been spicy. Where's the tank? Oh. Didn't even see the red in the red hitbox. I shouldn't have passed my dot here. I think I got lucky. Technically, she should still be in that. Okay, now we know we need to go out. Oh no! Somebody's running in the wrong direction. Or not? Wait. Was that the... I think the tank was just doing something special. Don't know what their objective was there, but it looked cool. Right, I can add that. Look the right way. I think she's gonna face change back, yeah. Okay, go out to not be knocked back this time.
There will be nothing left of you. Nothing.
Let's ruin 3 so that I can just move.
You can't escape the storm. I'll break your every bone.
Oh fuck, we need to go to A. I forgot about that. Now I need to keep my position in mind, which is 1. Worked out this time. Ugh. That is so hard to see! I was so far away from the boss and it was still really hard to see that I had the freaking thing on me. I mean, I should know that I have it there, but yeah.
Be gone from my sight.
Oh no, I think the rest didn't go through. I was gonna say, yeah, just to heal AB. That's the tank. Oh wait, did we have... What? Why? What the fuck? That's just really chaotic, isn't it?
The insolence!
So I just need to remember, you know, when you run out there, you always want to, like, wiggle around slightly so that you're not hit by her thing. It's just a lot of markers that are going on. I mean, we definitely have it, right?
Have at you.
I mean, had we survived until here, we easily would have had it.
Try this.
It's just a little bit, I think, you know what I would sometimes like them to do? Is have a bit more variety in terms of how the mechanics look like. Because most of them obviously have their typical, like, orange, yellowy AoE markers to them. But if there is so many going out at the same time, it can sometimes be hard to see them. So I wish, for example, that in this particular case, the connections she does should have, I don't know, a blue or a purple effect, something that is completely different to the ground AoEs, because the ground AoEs have the same fucking color as the very, very thin tether that she has to you, right? And it's just not that great. They're talking about the trials being bad, yeah. Ensinger was... They haven't... Like, Hades and Ensinger were both two very big disappointments for me personally. Because they also have to live up to Thornton and Shinryu, right? And I know, I think a couple people don't like Shinryu, but I thought it was really a really cool fight. I'm a little bit biased towards it because it was my first proper expansion launch that I took part in, right? So I am somewhat, you know, inclined to give Shinryu a pass for a couple of his worst mechanics, but still, both Hades and Ensinger were pretty disappointing. So Hades mostly because of his, how did the Scholar die? Hades mostly because of his, many cutscenes. Whereas Ensinger just wasn't a great fight at all. The biggest problem with Ensinger is just in general that it's sort of just... I don't even know how to describe it. It's just they didn't really do anything with the mechanics. It had a couple cool ideas, like the head spinning, you know, a couple of times, and you sort of having to remember, like, what their proper position was according to how many circles they have around them. There were a couple ideas there that were nice, but especially the planet smashing together was just so bad, and it was way too much movement, and I don't know. It was just really not great.
Such strong and free.
I mean, this is pretty fun. It is honestly really fun. It's a really good extreme. As I said, I just wish they, like, a couple of good details. But that's not even specific to this fight. That is something that sadly they just, in general, tend to not do. And I wish they would just, you know, do a couple things a little bit differently from time to time. I feel like this is also going to be pretty fun to farm, especially later on when it dies more quickly, right?
I'll make it quick.
Because then it also doesn't repeat too much, and that's actually a pretty cool design, right? Ooh, almost ran too early there. Tried to be a little bit cheeky.
Feel my fury! Know your place.
I'll stack on A, do 1 ruin 3 so that I can move freely. And we're in the merry-go-round. Ooh, it almost looked like somebody moved too... Oh, maybe that's why the dancer's dying? Are they moving too early? Feels like they're... Oh, for fuck's sake, every single time. What the... Oh, yeah, well, that was on me. Shit. I feel like the dancer was moving too early or something. Oh, fuck. How was I supposed to do that?
Don't underestimate.
Why were there even AoEs there? Are you kidding me? Like, Okay, you really need to try not to move towards your partner too early, but I still felt like, see, that's what I mean with random. That just feels bad. Maybe it was also my bad, but it felt like the game sort of purposefully made it so that I just couldn't do that, really. Ugh. How did we survive that? Perfect.
Try this.
Problem is we have a lot of people with weakness.
You feel it too, do you not?
Put the heal on myself. Oh, this is my bad.
On your guard.
More concerned about my positioning there. I was gonna say probably good to play it safe, but if that ends up, you know, being like a 1% enrage pool, then that probably would feel a lot worse.
Try this again.
I never know where to stand, right? Because if you can't stand under her, am I going to stay on A or C? I mean, in theory, we need to meet on A anyways, right? So...
You can't escape storm.
Oh. At least I remembered it this time.
I'll break your every bone.
Oh boy. Can I still get through the 2 casts? I think so. Barely, but it worked. Also need to position my camera correctly. And also run into the insert, right? That is so bullshit. Like, seriously, that's just dumb. And then I get a second one? I didn't even have time. I mean, yeah, the AoEs were cut very, very slightly. But I didn't even have to... I had to... Maybe I'm just gonna pull sprint there or something? That was really dumb, I'm sorry. I don't like that at all, that it does the weird thing right away. Well, at least we can learn this stuff now, right? At least I'm killing is that. That's not a stack though, right? That's literally just the... Oh, right, that's without the knockback. I forgot about that.
Insolence.
That's... I don't know, I'm really not a fan of the last phase, I don't know. Because this is just... I don't know, it's just chaos, and that's it. Like... Why would you need a break? We can literally... Oh, we can kill it. Why do people always give up right before the kill? That pull could have literally been it. I don't know why people always... I get that a lot of people might not be used to, like, being longer in these fights, but still. I mean... How can you... I never understand that. How can you give up so closely to the end, right? It's just sort of... I don't know. We already have it. We have it, really. Oh wait, somebody else left? Why did somebody else leave? Oh, people, why? Oh my god. Really? That's the one thing that I really, really hate about PF. People giving... We needed maybe 3 more polls. Maybe. We would have had it. Oh my god. Well, at least now I've seen the entire fight and can go into like enraged parties and whatnot. But still, that's unnecessary. That is truly just unnecessary. Just stick around for half an hour longer. You got the kill. It's not that difficult. You don't tell me anybody needs to do anything at this time. Whatever. I'm going to take a small break as well because, you know, party isn't there anymore. I'm going to take a very, very small break, drink something, and when I come back, we'll go into PF again and kill this thing. Be right back. Alright, let's do this. It's still selected. From start. Stack 1-3 have macro and markers, know what to do, kill for friends, seen enrage. Do I really want to go in a kill for friend party? Kill party, seen enrage, one is cleared. Who's in here? Sam Monk. Go in here. Yugi Moto. Nice name for the monk. Don't know why Yugi would be a monk, but... that's probably it. They probably heard that joke a billion times already. Do I want to take a... My hands are kind of sweaty. These weak arms are heavy. Just wanted to take a very quick... That's the only thing, right, with the Encyclopedia Eorzea. I guess you can, like, clean it up or something, but I feel like the book cover itself is really prone to, like, fingerprints and whatnot. Let's see. Source of all magics. There exist some objects which are believed to toe the line between organic and inorganic. Gems being one example. Arcanists tip the scales in favor of life by drawing ether into the stones, the result being creatures known as carbuncles. Huh, that's cute. So that's how they work. The 6 elements. Let's see what the book has to say about those. Ethereal energies can be divided into 6 distinctive elements. Fire, wind, lightning, water, ice, and earth. These elements provide nature with aspects that govern how they act in the world. For example, a region where ethereal currents are aspected towards fire will generally be hotter and drier than a region featuring primarily ice-aspected currents, a region likely to be characterized by frigid climes. The same can be said for the flora and fauna that populate an area. Seedkin aspected towards wind can navigate the skies as if they were winged cloudkin. Scalekin aspected towards earth will exhibit lithified skin protecting them from sharp-fanged predators. In addition to the 6 elements, there also exist 2 poles, astral and umbral. Well, we've learned about those quite a lot in Shadowbringers, which greatly influence the nature of the elements. An astral charge bringing more activity, while an umbral charge resulting in more passiveness. For example, when in an astral state, fire exhibits high volatility, whereas its umbral state is characterized by dryness. Which is interesting because we kind of flipped that on its head now, but that's more the nomenclature that the first uses, right? Also, that does remind me, I didn't even think about that, because for some reason the game's also not really displaying that, I feel like. I don't really know why it's not doing that, but I actually got a couple new entries for the Unending Journey from doing the main story, and so I kind of want to take another look at that and read through it. Alright, let's see. Storm's X spread, same as always. PlayStation Pass, color-coded to markers. Makes sense. Stacks tank with healers, damage dealer with damage dealer. Okay. Proteans, tanks, healer. How do you know whether or not it's a what? Proteans, damage dealer, counterclockwise. Wall spread makes sense. Tank 1, stacks 2, 4, so it's the same as it was right now. Wall spread, tank in range, move away from the wall of the cleave. Well, that's easy enough. What's with the stacks though? Tanks with healers, damage dealers with damage dealers. Please take R2. Because for some reason I was always R1 in every party. DD counterclockwise, that's for... What does that say, Proteans, though? We'll figure it out, right? Shouldn't be too difficult to do. I really don't like how PF has sort of zeroed in on making the markers so predominant in the strategies. I don't have a problem with it, but the thing is just, it's not about me, it's about what is easier for people to do. But then again, maybe PF wouldn't really lean towards that if it was hard for people. I don't know, but I feel like people sometimes don't understand themselves really in that regard, right? So they don't understand what would be easy for them. Oh god, so I need to go to 4 now. Let me actually copy these markers, by the way. They look much better than what I had before. Oh, never mind. Oh. I wanted to update the override. That's what I wanted to do. I think I accidentally set them or something. "21 seconds? Really? I guess we are a kill party, huh? Who needs 21 seconds pre-pull, though?
Such rich, exquisite ether.
I was gonna say, did the... Because the monk was so fast with his charge that I thought I may have missed them with my buff, but nope, worked out fine.
Oh no god!
Oh fuck. The hell am I doing that? For some reason I didn't really see her sword this time. Kind of messed up my rotation. So it's fine.
Try this. Have at you.
actually move towards the wall. Kind of forgot that it was with the stacks, but does not really matter. This is also really annoying. They tend to do this in fight design, and I don't really understand why, because she's at the wall, and then she just begins casting a billion different things so that the tanks can't drag her back to middle, right? I don't know why they always insist on doing that. Instead of, instead of making it so that she can be dragged mid first. Wait, what? Isn't the... Aren't the big ones 2-4? What? Stacks 2-4. Oh.
You've done well to last this long. But the battle has only just begun.
Yeah, that was my bad. I thought it was big ones and 2-4, but this group is literally doing it the other way around for some reason.
Dodge this if you can! I'll make it quick. My fury!
What happened to them?
Know your place.
I feel like we have a few kings to iron out here. Do we stack south or north, by the way? Okay, this group's stacking south. Man, there's so many variations. Why are there always so many variations? Oh. Fuck. Why do I always have two? I really don't understand why I sometimes have two and why sometimes not. Or was it somebody else stacking on my position? My rotation also is a mess. Wait, so I feel like these AoEs are actually completely random, which I dislike even more.
Don't underestimate me.
Ugh. I mean, we're not doing too bad, though.
A fair wind blows.
That's so dumb that...
Have at you.
And this fight is, you know, it is somewhat annoying when you mess up your rotation because your movement phases are sort of quite important.
Try this.
Let's see how well we... Oh, for fuck's sake, I forgot my buff. How the hell did I forget that?
Do you not? On your guard.
I feel like that just sort of works out. You really don't need to do too much there. Alright, let's stay, it's perfect. How did I miss one BCB there? I don't know. Oh, probably because I always forget that I get because of her tanglement, right? Because that takes away GCD basically. You, as a summoner, you kind of never cast Ruin 3, really. Only in a couple of instances. That's really strange, right? Because you kind of feel like you're forgetting something in your rotation, but it's really just that one weird. It's really just that one weird,
I'll break your every bone.
Short moment where you're stuck and can't move. We just stack here? We're pretty good on damage, I feel like, so even if we mess up big time, it might still work. I need to remember to move to my position afterwards. Healer B. To the healer B. That takes like a billion years to go off. What the fuck? There's also like a billion different AoEs coming out here. Do this first. Yeah, of course. I couldn't even see! Fucking hell! Titan! Titan was literally standing on top of one of the green AoEs. Fuck. That's what I dislike about this phase. It's really not... It has nothing to do really with difficulty. It's just visually strange.
The insolence!
I really need to adjust my camera there. What are these markers now? Do people need these instead of the other ones? Let me actually take these, to be honest. Usually I'm not the biggest fan of having the markers too much inside, but, you know, in this particular case I feel like it actually works out better. Especially because in her second phase there's like the AoE on the outside, so I think the markers... You can actually see them. You can't see them all that well if they're all the way on the outside. But yeah, using sprint there. Well, in this particular case, I got lucky because I was, I think, the last one she charged at, which makes things a lot easier, obviously. But just using sprint there in general makes things a lot easier. We have this though. Just need one clean pull, that's all we need. What's with the 21-second pull timer though?
Such rich, exquisite ether. My hair shimmers with anticipation.
I was gonna say, how many potions do I still have? 37? Maybe I should just start potting? It's not really necessary, obviously, but makes things just a little bit easier. I mean, it's only 2 potions per pull, and I don't need them anymore anyways, right? Yeah, maybe I'll do that.
Try this.
Almost too late now. Kind of sleeping a little bit, honestly.
Have at you.
That's my... I think I sometimes also just need to remind myself to more often center the camera back north. It does make things easier somewhat.
My are as the wind.
Should I just pot now? Why not, huh?
Strong and free.
For a second there, I almost forgot to remember where the big ones go. The big ones are 1-3 in this group. I really, really need to remember that.
You've done well to last this long. But the battle has only just begun.
Look out slightly. In theory, not the best, place for a potion, but...
I'll slaughter you all.
Oh, right, the markers have swapped. Yeah, that probably wasn't the best idea, but...
Dodge this if you can.
Oh well. I think people are, careful enough and know what they're doing, hopefully. Yeah, nope. I shouldn't have said that.
Feel my fury. Know your place.
Oh, I'm tanking. Nice. That's good in this phase. Don't even know if I still needed that one going 3, but... Wait, we're still stacking south, aren't we? I still aren't... Like, why wouldn't we? Oh, I was gonna say we're dead anyways, right? Because 2 people are dead. Oh, I feel like people didn't even really have an issue with the marker placement until somebody mentioned that they changed. Oh boy. Oh yeah, we make this harder on ourselves by having the other markers first.
Such rich, exquisite ether. My hair shimmers with anticipation.
Maybe I shouldn't have started potting or something. That's usually also a bad call. It's always when things start going south. Hey, other people are potting too, though. I mean, again, I don't need them anymore anyways, so might as well do it.
On your guard.
Except for Sephiroth, maybe. Didn't even see her fucking sword. I think sometimes it's just when you, like, accidentally turn your camera weirdly, sometimes her sword can overlap with the,
Try this.
with the arrow marker thingy that she does.
Have at you.
And so you kind of think that, or you're not quite sure if she's actually raising it. Oh, for a second there I thought people were too late, but nope. For some reason, in that particular instance, it always looks like people are moving very, very late, but that might just be something with the server. Not entirely sure.
My locks are as the wind.
So big ones to 1 and 3, big ones to 1 and 3.
Supple, strong and free.
Ooh. For some reason that came out, well, not weird, but almost quicker than I anticipated? I don't know. As if I was like
You've done well.
quarter rotation late or something.
But the battle has only just begun.
Though I couldn't be because she literally stuns you before, so it's highly unlikely that you would be. Because that sort of resets your rotation, right? At least somewhat. Obviously not in a grander scheme, but pre-GCD placement, I mean.
I'll slaughter you all. Dodge this if you can. I'll make it quick.
Alright. Make sure that I'm actually looking north. Wait, is there somebody missing some? I was gonna say.
Feel my fury. Know
Are
your
we
place.
doing the clockwise thing differently? But there was nobody else where we stood, so. Nobody was missing anywhere, that's the weird part. With her animation and everything, that feels even heavier than it is in terms of the impact that it does, right? Wait, I feel like we're doing everything the other way around to how I did it in the other party.
Don't underestimate me.
put that on the white mage because they have 2 stacks. Oh yeah, I think it deals additional damage, but that must be very, very slight. I don't know.
A fair wind blows.
Oh no.
Have at you.
I think I need one more Ruin 3. I might be wrong on that because she pulled us in again. Wonder if I should have added that. Well, my buff's very slightly delayed, so... Also, let's use my other potion here. I think I'm like 2 GCDs behind or something with certain things, but it doesn't really matter, I think. Shouldn't matter anyways. No, I mean the other buffs also came kind of late. This always works out way easier than you think it would. Let's use the shield. Alright. Let's move. May have wanted to put that on the tank with the... tank should be fine, right? They're still struggling to pull the mid again.
Let's try this again.
Right. Not stand in her hitbox this time. She's doing the charge right away, right?
There will be nothing left of you. Nothing.
Is she?
You can't escape the storm.
Yeah, well. This one's happening slightly later.
I'll break your every bone.
I very much like that this always happens sort of at the same time, or that her big knocking always indicates when you need to do the merry-go-round. Messed up my rotation slightly there.
Be gone from my sight.
Alright, now she's doing that again, but not on me. I feel like DPS got really lucky there. Now it's the big AoE galore, right? Fight and move your ass. How did that happen? Probably should have kept the... How the heck did we survive that? Just get the other heal up, I don't care for the damage. No, what the fuck? Yeah, I should have just damaged her.
A fair wind blows. No! I will not be denied!
That was easy. Oh right, we get weapon coffers, and that's the sage weapon. So let's just roll, let's see, need. I should have rolled on the fucking coffer first. What do I want with the orchestrating roll? Seriously? I want to have the freaking weapon. I forgot that they also dropped a coffer though. Oh well, it was fine. The last phase really is something. Let me put it that way. A lot can go wrong there, but our healers healed that really, really well. I have no idea how we weren't dead there at the end. Alright, got the clear. I don't know why the party disbands right away, but... okay, that's a much better feeling. It's a fun fight. The thing is, right? Like that chaotic, quote-unquote, phase there at the end, it's really not that chaotic. It has a bunch of, well... The fact that Titan's ass can literally cover an entire AoE for you and you just don't see it. Hashtag summoner problems, I guess. But... yeah. I don't know. It's, it is what it is, I guess. It's just... I wish that that particular phase had more actual mechanics, right? Rather than just a billion AoEs going off. And the worst part about it, you know what these small AoEs remind me of? They remind me of the weird AoEs in E5, right? And Ramuh in Eden. Because the weirdest part about Ramuh in Eden was that it basically had randomized AoEs that still had predetermined patterns depending on where you were standing. At least I think that's how it worked. That's what it looked like, right? So for some reason, Ramuh normal mode had, during his, I don't know what it was, lightning strike or whatever it was called, right? He was basically doing a bunch of random AoEs all over the map. And in normal mode, those were just targeted on the players, right? So just completely normal, they were targeted on the players, and that was it, basically. But in Savage, they were not targeted on the players. They had predetermined positions on the ground, which was really weird because that meant that there were safe spots where you could just stand and never get hit. The weirdest part about them, though, was that they kind of always appear around you. At least that's what it felt like. So they were, like, it's as if the game had a bunch of predetermined positions for these AoEs, but it only spawned them where players were standing close to those predetermined spots. That was a really, really weird way of doing it, and even though I never got hit by them, right, I had my sort of safe spot and just stood there and cast it, it was still just always weird to me. And that's how these AoEs feel like, because sometimes they appear right under you. I'm now talking specifically about the phase when you get tangled and the small green AoEs are going out, right? In that particular phase, she does the big donut AoE and pointling AoE. She does the small green AoEs, but she also does small round AoEs, but they're not targeted on your player. They just sort of randomly appear around you. That's what it feels like. But I got definitely cucked earlier in one of the tries, not with this party, I think, but with the other one. I think it was back with that party, where a bunch of AoEs appeared in a way where I just couldn't run away. I don't know, that was really, really strange. I honestly don't entirely know how they're supposed to work, because, and again, it just comes back to the feeling you as the player have when you're in that phase, because if they would be targeted on you, then it would mean that you specifically have to walk in a way where you need to be aware of the fact that they're targeted on you, and you don't want to move in with your partner too early, right? Because that would mean that if you would accidentally have an AoE below you, you would have to move away, and then you can't move back in with your partner fast enough, right? So in that regard, you would be responsible for positioning correctly. But because they have this weird random pattern, it feels like if they appear in bad positions where they're in your way, it's not on you, it's just random, right? You just got unlucky. That's what it feels like, and that's why I don't like them. I wish they would be targeted below you, and you can just place them and need to be aware that you don't place them where you ultimately want to end up and stacking with your partner, right? But yeah. That being said, I do have a bunch of nitpicks with this fight, right? It's mainly with its visuals, and that, you know, a bunch of the tells are kind of weird, and I also think, well, I personally would like there to be a little bit more structure to the last sort of phase, or not, well, it's technically not the last phase, but I would like there to be more structure with those AoEs, so that they aren't, so that it wouldn't just be AoEs, right? There's like an in-between phase of like a minute or something where it's kind of just AoEs and nothing more, right? And then it transitions again into Tank Buster plus flares plus Stack Marker and stuff. That's fine, right? It's just this sort of prelude to that where it's really just AoEs. I wish that would be slightly different. Though I do appreciate that it doesn't just repeat the previous mechanics, right? So in that regard, it's good. I just wish that it would do, I don't know. For example, they could have done a weird combination of both the PlayStation marker tangles and the big tangles or something. Some fun combination where only 4 people get sucked into the big ones, and the other 4 are tangled with the small things. And you kind of need to, like, 2 people together need to move to the other 2 people that are tangled in the big one. Something like that, right? Just a slight different variation of what they already had. It's fine though, just like people were mentioning, it's definitely by far the best extreme in Endwalker so far, and yeah, it's fast paced. That's definitely very cool. It's just sort of, yeah. You know what? Especially with the visuals and the markers that appear, it's not even only about the fact that sometimes they're hard to see, but it's also that visually the fight just doesn't look that exciting, right? As much as I not really like the first 3 extremes of Endwalker, it's not that I dislike them. I thought Heidelin and Zodiac were fine, but they could have been definitely better. I think, you know, if I were to put a number on it, I feel like they're sort of at 80% of what they could have been, maybe 75% in Heidelin's case. Endsinger definitely was maybe at 40% or something. That was a really bad fight. But at least those 3 fights were visually really, really distinct, right? Zodiac is this crazy fight that's in darkness with this turning arena, has a bunch of like violet and red markers and whatnot. Looks really, really cool. Heidelin has a really awesome arena. I just wish that the background in the second phase of Heidelin just doesn't look that good, and those weird light waves look really, really bad. Other than that, the fight is visually also very distinct. Endsinger, visually, is pretty awesome because of the planets smashing into each other, and the arena's pretty cool, even though I dislike that the arena has this weird thing where it's not symmetrical. I mean, it is, but not really. But yeah, I wish that this fight would be visually just a bit different. That's my main gripe. Visually a bit different. Not just AoEs in that 1 minute, but it's really... that's a very, very small portion of the fight. And yeah, overall, I still really, really enjoyed it. And, well, now I guess I need to farm it, huh? The good thing is I have to kill, so I can go into farm parties. Which are probably going to be a lot worse than kill parties, but whatever. One thing, though. Well, I could also go into Sephiroth. I don't know if I want to do that. Don't know if I want to do that to myself. Oh, whoopsie. AFK for too long. I also still need to craft a bunch. The thing is, right, farming this fight obviously would be a lot better if I had already gotten my pentamelded gear. So I could kind of risk it and craft my gear first, and then farm it. But I could also just farm it. I don't know. I mean, I could maybe go into like one farm group or something. Alright. Well then. We get 2 totems, so that's nice. I wish they would just retroactively do that for all the fights, right? Just give every fight 2 totems per kill. Oh well. I have everything from the older fights, like I have all the mounts. I'm only missing the ones from Endwalker, so I guess in that regard, not really a big deal. Let me just quickly go to my retainers. Yeah, I mean, let's maybe try farm party. I do kind of want to get my weapon. Right? I mean, it would be cool. See what we got, huh? Party finder. Let's see, objective. I probably still want to put none. Conditions duty complete. That's what I want to put, right? Farm party 2-4 color PlayStation True North. Chun Chun Maru Corwell. Only got one player in it though. I don't know. I could also return to it later, possibly. Let me actually see. So Sephiroth would also be here, right? Coil, Storm's Crown, Storm's Crown, Storm's Crown. Where the fuck would that be? Oh, here. Try to kill 2 times. Blind Gaming. Kill for friend. Unreal P2 practice what your guide plays. Do I want to go into Blind Gaming? Apparently that fight's pretty hard. So, well, I just talked with work. I need to start early tomorrow, which is why I'm thinking. I mean, I still got time. I don't really know. I really don't. There's still a bunch of other stuff I could do, right? That's why I'm sort of thinking, well, maybe I just want to do something else first. I'm actually quite interested in how they're gonna balance Savage this time around. I feel like they're not gonna adjust it too much. So people are gonna go in with more gear, at least in the first fights, right? We'll see how that turns out, but... Well, reset happened, right? So I could do a couple of other things. I could also do the Totaro quest and that other quest, sort of, before going on with any PF stuff. I do need to do expert lit, so maybe I'm gonna start with that actually. Did I reset this? Yes. How many tombstones do I have? 199. Okay. Let's swap to Black Mage and do an expert lit. Could also heal it or tank it. I like doing it on Black Mage though. I might need to... So something about my crossword link shells changed with... I think one of it got deleted by somebody and... because of that... My... like the sounds are messed up. They're not where they are supposed to be. Didn't mean to do that. It's actually not been that long since I played Black Mage last, but for some reason I well, I didn't really forget how it works, but I certainly had to, like, for a second there, kind of think about how I usually play this. Those weren't annoying AoEs at all. Oh, right. Completely forgot where they actually start. Okay, this isn't an annoying fight at all as a black mage. I don't know, something about this is insanely weird. Just because of how it's only AoEs the entire time, right? Of course it's freaking there where I put my ley lines. That's dead anyways. I don't know. While I was doing the dungeon, I did say that I thought it was cool that they were doing something different. But honestly, it gets... Oh shit, I accidentally pressed Sharpcast again. Honestly, it gets old very, very quickly. Like, it's just not that interesting. With the whole, you know, only adds face basically. Especially as a caster, it might be more fun as a melee or something. I mean, there's probably a lot of jobs where it's actually pretty fun to do that with all the AoEs, but Black Mage ain't one of them. The biggest issue is they do that sometimes, right? The biggest issue is just they die way too quickly, right? And you have very, very long AoE cast times as a Black Mage, so you just kind of end up always being in this awkward spot of never really being able to hit him, because they're dead before you can really do that. What the fuck was that? I think my controller's doing shenanigans again. Don't know if it makes sense to have the ley lines up here right away, but... Or kinda, right? Where else would you put them? Turned around a little early, but it's fine. A little bit too much downtime there, but should be fine. Didn't really have anything... At least it felt like it didn't really have anything to weave my triple cast or something like that. Probably could have, I just didn't pay enough attention or something. Definitely didn't meet my shield there. In theory, it should be fine to look over here. Yeah. Oh. Almost bad. Kind of rescued it. Was only really possible because the fight was over anyway, so. Also, every time I don't play Black Mage for a couple of weeks, I just forget that you get the additional Xenoglossy thing on 90. Well, that's also because for the vast majority of the last couple months I played Black Mage exclusively in T on level 80, and you don't have that ability there, so yeah, that's I think why I always forget it. One thing that I definitely dislike about this dungeon is the big hitboxes on everything. That always feels somewhat unnecessary. Just makes it annoying when the tank is pulling everything together. Because sometimes, especially again on a Black Mage with longer cast times, sometimes you're kind of accidentally, or not accidentally, you're just starting to cast something on one of the ads, and then suddenly they walk into a formation where you're suddenly hitting one somewhere on the edge instead of, you know, one that's sort of in the center. It's just something to keep in mind, but it is somewhat annoying. Same with this pull, right? And again, I forgot it. Yeah, that's gonna happen a bunch of times. And of course people don't open up the coffers. I do find it awesome that they put in like different boss music here, even though I don't really have any nostalgia for it. I have no clue where it's from. Apparently it's from Final Fantasy IV, I think. But yeah, I know nothing about that, so...
of your death.
Just wanted to stay in my ley lines for as long as possible.
You must die.
Oop. What was that again? Ah, okay. I called it right. For some reason I wasn't sure all of a sudden whether or not it was the knockback for... Oh my god, that's bigger than I thought. Ah shit, didn't have anything to weave my mana font. Unfortunate. What is he doing now? What was this?
Protect me, my minions.
Ah, right, he gets an ad phase as well. Oh shit. No. That was bad. Wait, what? Yeah, these types of ad phases are always really bad on Black Mage. Oh, they're not dead.
I give you a taste through despair.
That was kind of weird because I called it slightly wrong. Like I didn't realize he was gonna go away at that point.
Stubborn mortals.
So I chose the wrong spell. But oh well.
Fill your lungs.
Oh my god.
No, I will not be defeated.
I'm really
by
bad,
you.
ain't I? At least I did that right. Definitely need to get used to this boss on Black Mage. My only excuse really is that I've been running around on Summoner ever since the patch launched. I mean, that was 2 days ago, but still, right? You just have so much freedom of movement as a Summoner that kind of forget how much you have to pay attention on Black Mage. Let's give the tank a commendation, at least they pulled really quickly. Hey, I got the triple try card. At least I got lucky there. I think I'm still missing a bunch of cards from other things. Let's see. First of all, Wondrous Tales. Let's not forget about that. Where is it? Gold Saucer. Card list. Rajasura. Oh yeah, that's from the Tribe Quest, right? Beatrice. An entity encountered in the 13th, this high-ranking Void Sent was mistress of a domain built on the memories of a once existing castle. She's said to have led the cabal of 8 priestesses who governed Troia, a nation since lost to the darkness. Oh, there's a bunch of new stuff from the Triple Try Trader. I guess that's what they said when... or what they meant when they said new cards, or new things were available for MGP, right? The card from Storm's Crown as well, and Abyssos, the 8th Circle. So that will also be available in... that will also be available in, what's it called? In Savage. But yeah, I'm still missing this, for example, Katisa's Hyperborea. I mean, I know that I still technically need to run that a couple times with the trusts when I level those, so hopefully I'll get lucky then. And the Elpis cards that I still need to buy, those are from... I need to level up the Fate things. Well, Iglea I will have to run anyways, so... Ultima Thule, Savna, yeah. A bunch of these aren't going to be too complicated, I don't think, but... Let's actually quickly go to the Gold Saucer and buy those. I should have enough MGP. Don't think I spent them on anything. I think the last thing that I bought in the Gold Saucer was the bot mount from Nia. Mini Cactbot. Oh, unlucky. That's 20. Oh, never mind. Not so unlucky. That was unlucky. Not bad. Not bad. I've had worse. So wait, where are the new ones then? Spirit God. Okay. Stamilione? Guess those were the two new cards, huh? Hey, and I get the card from the achievement as well. Xenos Galvus. Oh, that reminds me of the unending journey. Cool. Actually got a bunch of stuff. Xenos Galvus. Did you find fulfillment? 9966. Looks pretty awesome, the card, not gonna lie. Pretty awesome. Birgod. The god of architecture and industry, Birgod commands the element of lightning and is most often depicted as an ardent smith wielding a two-headed hammer. The muscular form he takes in Iglea is a testament to faith in physical strength, a conviction common amongst the builders and laborers who worship him. And we get Scarmilione, the Archfiend of Earth and one of Golbez's Circle of Four. Scarmilione consumed Voidsent with gluttonous abandon, the conflicting energies giving rise to his hideous and misshapen appearance. Possessed of incredible regenerative properties, his deathless form seemed beyond defeat until Zero finally bound him in crystal. Cool. I'm not missing that many cards, right? It's like, what, 3, 6, 8, 12. 12 cards from Endwalker. That's fine. Shouldn't be too difficult to get those. I wonder if they're going to introduce another mount at some point for these cards. I don't necessarily think so. It's probably going to be a while until we get something really, really cool for them again. I mean, a lot of people would probably argue with me on whether or not the Triple Triumph mount is really cool, but yeah. Still kind of annoyed by the fact that Cruise Chaser wasn't the Triple Triumph mount. But... oh well. I mean, the card's still funny. Okay, so we get 5 new entries actually. Xenos Viator Galvus, Outcast. Elder son of Varisos Galvus, second emperor of Garlemald, Xenos Galvus was groomed from birth to succeed his father. However, history would come to know him by another name, Xenos Viator Galvus, kinslayer and outcast, whose misdeeds threw the empire into a turmoil from which it would not escape. Blessed with martial and intellectual gifts, Xenos ever stood apart from his peers. He was raised among the sons and daughters of nobility in the hopes that he might find companions to advise him in his future role, but none proved his equal. Though the crown prince scorned the naivete of children and deemed his elders unworthy of respect, he eventually found joy in hunting, in the primal desperation of the beasts who fought violently to survive. Xenos savored pitting his strengths against theirs, and even after he became a military leader, this remained his sole pleasure. It was after Xenos was appointed imperial viceroy of the provinces of Doma and Alamigo that he would encounter prey of a different stripe, the Warrior of Light. Aided by the Eorzean champion and his allies, a band of rebels grew bold enough to draw the Crown Prince's attention, leading to their first altercation at Walrus Reach. Alas, the Warrior of Light was soundly defeated that day. While the subsequent clash in Doma resulted in a similar outcome, Xenos grew more fascinated with the beast he dubbed the Champion of the Savages, electing to spare him a second time in the hopes he might grow into an even greater challenge. Actually kind of crazy to think about, right? If Xenos, for whatever reason, would have been slightly different in his demeanor, he could have just killed us. And we would have been done for, and the Guardians probably would have won the war, right? Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think about. Funnily enough, it probably would have resulted in Hydaelyn just... Well, would it have? I guess if Garlemald would have taken over the realm, Fandaniel and his shenanigans wouldn't really have come to pass? I don't know. Well, it would have worked out really, really differently because the Asians would have still been there, right? Though even Elidibus was afraid of Xenos. It's honestly very hard to tell. In time, the Warrior of Light and his allies led an army to Alamigo, and with his comrades engaged Xenos a third time within the royal palace. In that battle, the Legatus realized that this was his first and only rival, and after luring him to the gardens atop the palace, Xenos used his artificial echo to become one with the captive primal Shinryu. For the fourth time, he fought his prey, but on this occasion, the Warrior of Light emerged triumphant. Having experienced a transcendental joy beyond any he had ever known, Xenos took his own life, unwilling to live outside that fleeting moment. Yet in embracing his stolen power, Xenos had rewritten his fate. His essence did not return to the lifestream, but instead possessed the body of another. In a cycle akin to that of the immortal Asians, the erstwhile prince leaped from vessel to vessel until he found one with which he could return home to Garlemald. There he was reunited with his original form, which had been occupied for a time by the Asian Elidibus, and was thus resurrected, body and soul. His first act following his return was to murder his own father. This was not out of malice, but jealousy. Emperor Varus had set his sights on the scions of the Seventh Dawn, and Xenos was loath to share his quarry with another. For the returned prince, who had known the exaltation of a warrior's death, the purpose of his new life was clear: to confront the only soul he would deign to call friend, and reclaim the bliss he had known only once before. As Garlemald teetered on the verge of collapse, Xenos was approached by the Asian Fandaniel, who laid bare the truth of the star. Together the two formed the Telothroi, who schemed to usher in the final days. They sowed discord across the realm, channeling ether from the lifestream into the Tower of Babel, that Zodiarch himself might be liberated from his lunar prison. In this, they did succeed, but before Xenos could seize control of the Primal and battle the Warrior of Light, he was betrayed by Fandaniel, whose subsequent death at the hero's hand set in motion the final days. Xenos was still desperate for his long-desired rematch, but understood that the Warrior of Light was too distracted by the fate of the star to accept his challenge, and so, in disappointment, he quit the field and vanished from the world stage. Xenos spent much of his self-imposed exile contemplating how he might obtain his heart's desire, but his answer proved simple. He would aid the Warrior of Light in the struggle, and to that end, he assumed the form of the dragon once more and flew to the edge of the universe. With Xenos' aid, the threat to all life was laid low, and when the dust had settled, the Warrior of Light at last granted his wish. Xenos Vitagal now rests at the edge of the firmament, and none but the Warrior of Light can attest to his final moments. Which he probably would have been delighted to hear. Fandaniel Asian. It's sort of strange that this particular entry only now appears because it doesn't really have anything to do with 6.2, right? I don't know, something about this unending codex still doesn't sit right with me. I wish they would have done this slightly differently, but alright. I don't know. Guess it works. One of the Sundered Ascians, Fandaniel, first appeared before the Warrior of Light in the body of the late Asahi Sas Brutus. Like those of his brethren, his name is in fact a title, one of the exalted offices of the Convocation of 14, the collective that guided mankind in ancient times. During the first final days, the seat was held by a man named Hermes, who prior to his induction served as chief overseer of Elpis, the testing ground of creation, and was an authority on flying lifeforms as well as the celestial sphere. In the course of his work, however, Hermes came to question mankind's single-minded pursuit of perfection, prompting him to create Meteon and her sisters to seek the meaning of life in distant stars. Alas, an accident caused them all to perish before they could fulfill their purpose, or so it was believed. In truth, his creations found naught but despair, and concluded that salvation lay only in death. Furthermore, Meteon declared that she herself would usher in their demise. In a moment of madness, Hermes allowed her to pursue her designs and erased the memories of those who knew what awaited, his own included, that mankind might be put to the proof and prove themselves capable of change and thus worthy of survival. Ignorant of his deeds, Hermes went on to oppose the final days with all his being, as he himself had intended. His knowledge proved instrumental in forestalling the final days and the formulation of a plan to sacrifice half their number to manifest the mighty Zodiac. This first primal served to shield the star from Meteon's Song of Oblivion, but would later be sundered into 14 parts alongside all creation by his counterpart Heidelin. Ironically, in forcibly erasing his memories, Hermes engraved them deeper upon his soul. In the millennia that followed, the cycle of death and rebirth would lead him to recall the forgotten truth, that the architect of the apocalypse abided at the edge of the universe. One of the incantations who inherited a shard of Hermes' tormented soul was a man named Amon, a brilliant technologist who rose to prominence in the Elegant Empire just as it was falling into decline. A victim of its prosperity, the empire had grown stagnant, the people delighted in debauchery, and science was no more than a means to amuse the decadent masses. Lamenting the state of affairs, Amon resolved to resurrect the founding father, Emperor Zandi, that he might restore the empire to its former glory. And though he succeeded in his unholy endeavor, the emperor, having once experienced death, had been forever changed by the knowledge. Seeking to return all to nothingness, he set in motion events that would lead to the empire's undoing. But before Alec was consigned to oblivion, the Ascians, wishing to make use of Amon's singular talents, called him to serve as the new Fandaniel. In receiving of the Ascian mantle, Fandaniel regained the missing pieces of his past and recalled the truth of the final days in its entirety. After the three unsundered Ascians met their ends, he forged an alliance with Xenos in order to take control of Zodiac. His heart was a maelstrom of righteous anger and all-consuming despair, twisted further by the remnants of the dreams that had haunted him as a mon, of an ancient world rent asunder by a calamity well-deserved. Ultimately, he did not bear witness to the conclusion of the tale he had written. Having fallen as Zodiac, his soul was subsequently dragged into the depths of the ethereal sea by the spiteful Asahi, and he would never know if the Warrior of Light and his comrades managed to overcome the despair that had broken him so utterly. The Ascians. Throughout Eorzean history, whether it be in folklore or myth, there has been scattered mention of dark-robed figures, known variously as Ascians or Paragons. With their twisted words, they would incite strife between peoples or indeed entire nations, often escalating hostilities by instructing the beleaguered inhabitants in the rituals of primal summoning. While this portrayal was not inaccurate, it was not the entire story. In the course of their efforts to counter the machinations of the Ascians, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn came to understand the true nature of their enemy. They learned that the Cabal was comprised of 13 prominent individuals, 3 unsundered survivors of the Convocation of 14, the council which had orchestrated the summoning of Zodiac in antiquity, and 10 sundered souls, fragments of members restored to their former offices. They were known as Logrith, Metron, Emet-Selk, Pashtarot, Fandaniel, Ultima, Halmarut, Nabrialis, Igiorn, Dodalathon, Emerololf, Lahabrea, and Elidibus. These positions served as both name and title, for should an Ascian fall, another bearing a shard of the same soul would be found and raised to the vacant seat. The Ascians' ultimate purpose was nothing less than the restoration of the dark god Zodiac and the resurrection of their ancient brethren. Such miracles demanded they sow chaos, in both the source and its reflections that they might cultivate the conditions for cataclysmic rejoinings. Only then would Zodiac be freed of his chains and the souls of the modern age be worthy of offering up in sacrifice. Or so they thought. Azem's crystal. In the age of the ancients, when the convocation made the decision to summon Zodiac, the 14th seat on the council, the seat of Azem, lay empty, for the holder had relinquished his office. When his dear friend and former Azem Benar labored to summon Hydaelyn, he did not take part in her plan. Though the circumstances and his reasons were unclear, to the end, Azem walked a path all his own. And I hope at some point we will actually find out what he did. After the world was divided into 10 and 3, the unsunned Ascians sought to reconvene their council to facilitate the rejoining of reflections. Yet while they succeeded in locating the fragmented souls of their erstwhile colleagues, these reincarnations had no recollection of their ancient lives. Thus did the Unsundered find it necessary to prepare crystals replete with the knowledge and memories tied to each office. As a defector, Azamenda's legacy was deemed unworthy of preservation. Moved perhaps by lingering affection, however, M itself crafted a crystalline secret, which contained his dear friend's signature incantation, a magic with which he summoned allies to his side in times of great need. That safe zone crystal was inherited by the Warrior of Light, whose path has ever been paved with trial and tribulation. Whenever he is required to call upon the depths of his conviction, Azem's crystal is sure to answer. Which still begs the question if the original Azem kind of set this up, right? Just as Hydaelyn set us up with the blessing of light and all of that. I wonder if Azem had something else, some other knowledge or some other goal that he tried to use us for, right? Ultimately. The first. A century before, by that reflection's measure of time, the Warrior of Light and his companions journeyed to the first. It underwent a terrible transformation which forever changed the world. A failed Ascian attempt to set in motion an eighth umbral calamity on the source triggered a flood of light, which then swept across the land, leaving naught but blank perfection in its wake. The tale of the flood is one of hubris and tragedy. Hoping to restore peace to an embattled world, brave warriors of light fought and felt the Shadowkeeper, steward of darkness, but in their decisive victory unbalanced the cosmic scales. Though Hydaelyn's agent, the Oracle of Light, managed to stem the ravenous tide and prevent the First's utter annihilation, much was lost. Only Norvrand, a region the approximate size of Eorzea, remained habitable. Contrary to traditional associations between light and the astral, the light that consumed the First is characterized by passivity and tranquility, what scholars of the source would term umbral polarity. Thus did the lands claimed by the flood known as the Empty come to reach a state of stasis, utterly bereft of etheric activity. Norvrand itself would be cursed with an empty sky of unyielding light and ravenous hordes of light-warped creatures. Save for the greatest among them, the Light Wardens, these sin-eaters are largely mindless beings seeking only to corrupt the ether of the living and give rise to more of their own. Nevertheless, for the First's remaining population, it has been a constant struggle to keep these fiends at bay. Only since the Scions of the Seventh Dawn arrived to destroy the extant Light Wardens and purge Norvrand of Light's corruption have its people known a measure of peace. They yet pay homage to their heroes as warriors of darkness for their role in restoring the night sky. That's really, really cool that we have that now. Although, again, I don't really understand why it's, why we got this now in 6.2. I don't know. Looks pretty cool. I'm decent with it anyways. Still need to craft a couple other orchestrion rolls, by the way. It's getting somewhat later my time. I just don't really know if I want to join another group. Well, there wasn't one previously, right? So let's just see if there's one now. Oh, switch back to Summoner though. Honestly, I don't really would be looking forward to doing that fight on the Black Mage if, you know, because it has so much movement. I would like to try eventually, but not now. Duty complete. Oops, not cancel. Search. Farm, I have macro and markers. 601? Are you kidding me? Really? Not a lot of farm groups yet. It might actually be a better idea to farm this in the coming days rather than today. It feels like a lot of people... Well, that's also probably because it's tied to the MSQ this time around, right? So people are probably taking their time, especially knowing that Savage only releases next week. So I feel like I might have a better chance on the weekend. The problem is, well, I need to work tomorrow and Saturday, right? So, well... And I'm not at home Saturday evening, probably. So the next time I could farm would be on Sunday. Well, I mean, that's literally no group that I can join, so... let's see... Oh, right. I completely forgot about that. Let me switch back to Ninja. I can do 3 more Akasudara quests. Let's also take a look at the, Wait. What? Due to extreme server load, you were unable to leave this area. I've never seen that. What the hell? I guess they must have relocated some of the housing server instances to the island instances, I assume? That is absolutely ridiculous. What the fuck? Well, I can just use the summoning bell here, but that is crazy. I've never seen that. So I think... Well, then again, I don't know exactly... I always thought that the housing words were in separate servers anyway, so... I'm not sure, but I guess they create and load in a specific instance when you enter your house, right? I assume. Okay, now it works. Just have to try a couple times. Still really, really weird though. Not gonna lie. Okay, let's actually put the orchestrion roll here. I still have so many damn things that I need to craft. Fuck. And now I'm just gonna go away to Yendlamat and do the tribe quests. But yeah, I've never seen that. But I assume that's what it is. That they allocated some of the housing service probably to island sanctuary service. And since everybody's doing that currently, I guess there's a pretty high load on the service. I don't really mind. I don't have a problem with waiting like 5 minutes. Because it's not like it's completely inaccessible, right? It's just you basically have to wait until somebody else leaves, I presume, before you can enter, so that's completely fine. I really don't mind that, but I've never seen that. It might be something new. It might be that they introduced that as a new measure because they knew that people were going to enter Island Sanctuary, of course, right? So they probably wanted to make sure that the servers don't crash and set like a limit how many people can be in those instanced areas. Yeah, well, I suspect there's going to be more farm parties later on, but, well, at that point, I need to go to bed. 6 p.m. my time now, and well, probably want to sleep no later than like 10 p.m. or something, because I really haven't slept that much. And I need to get up early tomorrow, so it's probably a better idea. Also, it doesn't really matter, because the more I do now for example, for crafting, the less I have to do on Sunday, and the more time I'll have to potentially farm on Sunday, right? It doesn't really matter. Fucking controller analog stick, I swear to God. The thing is, I would have exchanged them if not for, well, the 6.2 release, right? That sort of fell on the same, because I don't know how long they would take to change my controller. Because I still have a warranty, so I can just get a new one, but that usually, I think it took like 3 weeks last time I did that, when the original PlayStation 4 launch controllers were really bad. So I didn't want to do that prior to 6.2, obviously, because I knew that I was going to do, like yesterday, for example, like 13-hour days, right? And tomorrow, today, even though I started stream pretty late, I was still playing 14, or I had been playing 14 already for like 6 hours before I even started streaming, right? Which now together with the stream, it's going to amount to 10 plus hours again. And the issue is the PlayStation 5 controllers really only hold charge for somewhere around 9 hours. A little longer if you really push it, but it's just easier to have a spare controller lying around. Then again, maybe I probably could have figured something out with a USB cable. Probably would have worked as well. Honestly, maybe I should have done that. Anyways, I can still do that. It doesn't matter, right? Whether or not the controller is not here or broken, same outcome. Gotta get a new one eventually, though. It's just really bothering me that something like that is even a thing, right? And the biggest issue is my Switch. Actually, well, everybody knows, right? The analog sticks on the Switch are ridiculously bad in terms of how well they hold. And the thing is just that my Switch's analog stick is also bad, but not in the way that this one is, right? Because it's not drifting, funnily enough. It's not doing anything when you press it to the right, or it's not doing as much as it should when you press it to the right, right? And so, but the Switch, thankfully, has a recalibration feature for the analog sticks, right? Where you can, it's sort of, at least somewhat, it doesn't work 100%, but it's somewhat counteracting the fact that your controller, so it's like, if I put, like, my left analog stick, if I push that to the right, it basically only registers the push, sort of 30% or something of the push, right? But if you recalibrate it, it's going to take those 30% and kind of make it 100, right? It doesn't entirely work all the time, but it works well enough to where I didn't really bother exchanging it, right? That would have been a real hassle, especially because with Animal Crossing, your island's also tied to the Switch, and at the time when I got it, they didn't have the island movement feature and whatnot, right? So I didn't really want to bother with it, and it's fine for most games. The problem with the PlayStation 5 controller, though, is that it's actually kind of drifting. As you saw there, right, when I was trying to summon my mount, pressing L3 on the analog stick meant that I also slightly moved, which prompted the cast to be stopped, right? So, yeah, I need to handle that. I'm pretty sure that if the PlayStation 5 would have a similar recalibration feature to the Switch, it would be completely fine, because you could probably just recalibrate the dead zone of the analog sticks, and so the PlayStation wouldn't register the movement anymore. But sadly, for whatever reason, Sony apparently just wants to give you new controllers rather than fixing the ones that already exist. Oh well. Issues with new technology, right? Okay, so there's a couple of options that I have now. Since there weren't any parties in PF seemingly that I could join in order to farm, I'm not going to do Sephiroth today. As much as it pains me to leave Unreal behind again, it's not going to go anywhere, but it's going to be, you know, if I have to farm Storm's Crown for my weapon as well on Sunday, you know, there's a very slight chance that I might still be able to clear Sephiroth on Monday, maybe, but it's gonna grow more unlikely by the day, right? Alright, apart from that, I've done custom deliveries, I've done the Beast Tribe. I could either do a little bit PvP, just to sort of chill. I don't really know if I want to, though, quite honestly. Then again, one thing that I can do, however... Let me go to the Wolf's Den here real quick, because I still have a bunch of wolf marks that I can spend. I just want to do that. Honestly, I could do a little PvP. The problem with PvP is just that once you start, you're kind of stuck in it. You always want to continue. Yay, I got more trophy crystals. Season 2 Silver Framers Kit. Alright. Did we actually get, like, new gear here? Wolf collar? Wait, where's the, Oh, it's under other, right? Miscellaneous. Let's grab this minion, because I don't have it. Such a weird minion. Clockwork Lantern. Seeing as collaborations are now all the rage in Eorzea, it did not take long for the Tinkers of Eshtaim's lapidaries to find their way to Frondale's frontistery to see what madness their collective minds could conceive. A lantern. They made a lantern. Well, in order to PvP, I would have to adjust my adventurer portrait, though. Don't know if I really want to do that. Is there new stuff available, by the way? Because otherwise, what am I gonna get? Doesn't look to be the case, honestly. Still missing this. Only missing the barbed one now. There isn't really anything else, though. What are we supposed to buy with these? Yeah, this was already available last season. So I'm not entirely sure what we're supposed to buy with the trophy crystals, to be quite honest. I mean, I guess you can get the wolf collars and get a couple of the other weapons. But still. I mean, you also get stuff with the serious mom stones, obviously, but aside from that... Well, I have to set my adventurer portrait anyways at some point, right? So let's do that now. Let's set my summoner portrait. Uses instant portrait on portrait will automatically be applied as instant portrait when gear set is equipped. Okay, cool. That is the instant portrait. That's the non-adventurer plate thing, though, right? The instant portrait, I think, is the one that's going to be used for PvP. Alright, let's edit this. Design, character. So I think one cool thing that I had last time is that I had my weapon out, right? Which is this one, I think. Is that the only one with the weapon out? You can also read your weapon. So the cool thing is that I did last time, I kind of want to do the same thing again. Maybe I can, like, make it more interesting. So I had it turned around sort of this way, and then... Wait, is it not? Shouldn't there be a ton of, like... I feel like the book is missing some effects. Right? Because I sort of took my weapon as a background last time. I feel like the book's missing some effects that it had. Yes, changes will be lost. Yeah, I don't fully remember how I said that last time. It's definitely this pose, though. Or was it another one? I could do the one where I'm writing, though. That might also be cute. Let's see, can we pause on when I'm writing? I mean, I can always change the... Oh, that actually looks pretty cool with the weapons effects, right? Something like this. With that wing there. Okay, let's activate motion again. Let's see if I can stop on a better frame. Yeah, I think when the head is tilted downwards, probably the best. Well, it has to fit. Has to fit the frame as well, right? My furrow might work the best, to be honest. Annoyed actually works pretty well. Right? Sort of makes you seem very stern and focused on what you're doing. I mean, this would work in terms of the colors. It's a bit too white. And again, you can also adjust the, what's it called? You can adjust the lighting somewhat. That looks pretty awesome. I like that, you know, writing thing. Ooh, etheric red. Etheric purple. Kilted black. Also looks pretty good. In 4K in general, these all look really awesome. Common gray. There's definitely a lot of new ones in here as well, right? I have a feeling. These are the job-specific ones. Wait, where's the, Long Triple Ninja Samurai Summoner? I don't like that it's a red background. And this is a bit too busy, I feel like, in terms of background. I had that before, but that was where I also used the book as a background somewhat. Fuck, I need this. I mean, this doesn't look all that special, but this is bright. I could use this one. Would fit the weapon, right? Reagan Songs reprise. That actually doesn't look that great. They all kind of aren't that cool, honestly. Azure Conflict. Obtained from Azure Frames kits available as PvP. Oh, these are the two new ones, right? Okay. Gold, silver, bronze conflict. So this is because I ranked gold at one point, right? I could go with that one. Oh, that's gold from season 1. Okay, cool. What's the difference though? Does it have like 1 in the middle or something? I could go with this one. Is a little bit boring. The Epic of Alexander is a little bit too yellow for some reason. Honestly, I liked... Where was it? I like these sort of sparkly ones. This one. It's only red, blue, and purple. I don't know. This red one, it kind of looks cool. Bit too bright, maybe, but let's see if we can, like, do something about that. Maybe it can darken up my character somewhat. Fade to white, fade to black, metallic gold, silver. Might also work if I choose, like, darker outline or something. I kind of just like that there are so many that are just jobs, basically. Well, that doesn't really fit the background, does it? This looks pretty awesome. Fuck, I really need to do the other ultimates, huh? This I don't like that much. This looks pretty awesome. These are the new ones. This is from the previous season. Oh yeah, it has a 1 up there at the top. This one has a clear 1. This has got a 2. Well, being gold in Season 1 really isn't that much to brag about. Fuck, so you can never get the crystal or whatever one with the 1 on it ever again, right? Fuck. These honestly all aren't that great. I don't know. So that these golden frames do fit my weapon fairly well, I would say, but something like this, maybe? Let's try this and just try to make my character a little bit less bright, potentially. What is this even? What is this supposed to be? It's just steam? Seriously? These really aren't that great. That's pretty cool with the Heavensward icon. Difficult. I mean, don't want to go with too much glitter or something. It kind of looks weird. Go with this one. Okay, seriously, let's try making my character slightly darker. Set the ambient lighting to something like this. It's a bit too dark, I feel like. I don't know about the background, really. Blue doesn't really fit either. I mean, to be honest, with the gold and everything, the starry sky, it looks pretty awesome. Right? Fits more for an astrologian, I feel like, but... Can also go with this one. I mean, in theory, even though it's called DPS Gradient, but this sort of purplish color is more what these weapons were meant for, right? And I'm kind of more of a fan of the darker sort of background. White doesn't really fit all that well. I don't know, the starry sky, just thematically, I feel like doesn't really fit. This, I mean, this does look pretty classy, in a way. It's a bit too much gray because my thing is already gray, and this is a bit too much white, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like that background. At least not in this form or for this thing. That would... That's not bad, right? With the gold and everything, looks like Sauron's eye. I mean, this isn't bad either. It's just somewhat boring. Honestly, I think I'm gonna go with the DPS Void thing. It's a bit more basic, but I don't know. It's sort of a kind of a mystery color, right? Sort of darkish purple. I just like how it fits with sort of the, you know, writing things down. The books effect is doing a lot already. Let me just double check with the lighting. Maybe, I mean, it can still stay somewhat dark. I feel like that does fit better. Maybe I could increase the... like, make my character blend in with the background just a little bit more. So I put a little bit more red, right? It's, in theory, if the background would sort of reflect on my character, it would be a bit more reddish. Don't take too many of the greens out, though. Oh, that's a bit too red. Let's adjust this ever so slightly. Yeah, I think this can stay where it is. For the time being, I feel like this is good. So that's my new summoner portrait. I don't know, it has the book theme, which I really, really like. It's one of my favorite weapons, the Alexander one. The effect's cool, fits the background well with the gold and everything. It's a cool frame. It's a little bit more basic, but then again, except for the actual ultimate portrait things, there really isn't that much to choose from yet. I really, really hope they're going to introduce... I had hoped that with this now being not in beta anymore, that it would have a bunch more new portraits. Oh well. It's not a big deal. Let's do a ranked match then. Just give me some tombstones, so... Let's maybe rank up like once or something. Although that's only like 3 matches, right? Yeah, well, then again, might fit quite well. Yeah, let's like rank up once or twice, and that's gonna be it. And then I think I'm gonna spend the rest of my day crafting, potentially even off stream. I think I'm gonna go into my island sanctuary for a little while, and then just end the day with a little bit of crafting. Oh, hello. It's a nice portrait. Honestly, that's something that I enjoy the most, kind of, about PvP, is just seeing the adventure portraits of other people. Is she even wearing that? Oh yeah, she is. From the back, that looks way different, right, than... From the front, it's literally just a bikini, and from the back, it just looks like a jacket or something? I don't know. Is this introductory music new? I don't really know. Maybe I did... Yeah, I think last time I played PvP, because I played so much of it and I played it off stream, I just had the music off. Everybody running around here. What are people doing here? I always hate when your path on that is broken up. Oh, that's a summoner though. Oh, fuck! Somebody blasted me. Why did somebody post fallback and regroup? feel like the others... I don't know, that was weird. Our enemies weren't even doing that much. We still had trouble dealing with them. Really? Oh, no. Nice. Alright. Oh, Bart is still there. I didn't even see him. What the fuck? No! Shit. Nice. How did the Bard still get defeated? I'm not gonna die here. Hopefully. Miss. Oh, really? Am I getting all those kills? No, that was a Black Mage, right? Slightly confused by that. Easy peasy. Oh, hello. Didn't even see him. Well, that was easy. I feel like they weren't really doing all that much. I don't know. Might be because I'm still, like... Because I'm now in the, like, lower ranks, right? And with all the new seasons starting and whatnot, it's probably a lot of people that don't really know how to play, I'd imagine. Oh yeah, that's already halfway to rank 2. Well, let's do, I don't know, 3 or 4 matches, something like that. Maybe do 3 and then until I lose or something to that degree. I actually do, I would like to level up more because during this season I would like to go past gold, right? Because gold was my highest so far, so I would like to go past gold this time around. But obviously with Savage coming up and everything, I don't really have that much time right here in the beginning to play PvP, but I did want to get in there, you know, just a little bit. So that I'm not immediately left behind in bronze. Baby. Nice. Nice. They're also, I think they're regrouping way less than what you'd usually find in higher PvP groups, right? Because usually you kind of want to regroup again, especially if a lot of fewer people die. Yeah, honestly, seeing this, I do have a feeling that a lot of people here just don't really know how it works. Almost feels bad, like we're steamrolling them, right? Then again, I might have just gotten lucky, really. Alright. Let's go until I lose. Unless I'm winning like 10 in a row or something. Well, in that particular case, I would already have ranked up to silver, probably, right? Where I feel like people would be a lot more, you know, opposing to your advances on the crystal. Ooh, that's also a cool portrait from that Dragoon. Hello. So if I win this, I think I already get the serious bonus, right? Which does help quite a lot with ranking up. So I'm currently bronze 3, right? It's 3 to 1 and then it's silver, I think. Right, and then it's 3 to 1 again, and gold had 4, right? Gold 4, 3 to 1 in order to rank up, if I remember correctly. And then after gold, it's like diamond or something? I don't know. And then the rank beyond that, that's where you can now D-rank as well. What are people doing back there? Like, seriously. What the? That was a lot of damage. What are you even doing here? Where the heck are people running? Like, people are running really, really far away from the crystal for some reason. No. Grab the bard. Grab the healing potion real quick. Sure, why not? Oh god. No. Fuck! Why is he even going after me? Where the fuck are people running to? Everybody's somewhere, just not where they're supposed to be. Ah, fuck. If I hadn't been hit by the, what's it called? By the fire, the warrior probably wouldn't have killed me, I feel like. Nice. Oh, hello. Fuck's sake. I'm not used to being attacked so much. Nice. Because they're not really focusing on anybody in particular, right? Holy fuck. We're just annihilating them. I feel bad, honestly. What the hell? Strike bonus. Nice. Maybe with a little bit of luck, I'm able to just strike bonus my way to... Well, the samurai was really good. Giving out player comments in PvP is really difficult, though. It would be cool if you could right-click them here, right? Holy shit, the Dragoon of them was really good as well. Wait, he's already in gold, though. How does that work? Why does he play together with us? Huh. Weird. Why would he be here? Well, as I said, let's just continue until I lose, I suppose. Really doesn't take that long, right? These matches seem to be really, really quick. So either until I lose or until I get to silver, because, well, with the strike bone, I mean, if I win, what, 3 matches now? I would get to silver right away, I think? Because I'm getting 2 stars, like if I get 2 additional stars now, I would already be basically in bronze 1, and then 4 more stars with 2 more wins would get me to silver, right? And the cool thing is, once you're in silver, you can't rank down again, right? Not that it really matters, because ultimately I think you're still going to be matched with people from bronze rank, right? It's just that maybe now the game is ranking me as a bronze player, so in theory I'm getting better teammates. Whereas when I'm in silver, I'm inclined to maybe getting only bronze teammates or something. I don't know if they take that into account. I don't even really know if the game takes into account where you've been. Like if, for example, it's going to say, okay, me as a player, I was already in gold at some point. So, because of that, it's like ranking me higher compared to other ones or something. I don't really know if that is a thing. Since I now bought the Encyclopedia Eorzea, it's actually really interesting how many people have Matoya's head. Head. I don't know if you can just buy that on the Mock Station, though. Might be a thing. Klaus. Interesting name for that Dark Knight. Fight me. Fight me. Oh, hello. What the fuck was that? Okay. I did not I got a little bit too cocky, huh? That was weird though. That was a ton of damage at once. I guess they must have all focused me. Well, to be honest, I never really like when when a lot of it is just sort of really passivity at the start of the game. Get him! What the fuck was that? Really? Stop constantly bugging me with that. Where the fuck are you going? Why are they constantly running away? Where the fuck is he coming from? Why is he running around somewhere? Oh shit. That was an LB from somewhere. Yeah, those guys are definitely better than the ones I fought so far. Though they're also doing some weird running around for some reason. Why are they... What the fuck is going on? What are they hitting me with? I've never experienced that where I'm dying so fast. Did they, like, change how much damage I take or something? Also, the draw-in things. I don't know. Really need to focus on that a lot more. The fuck? See? That usually never happened. There's like a weird, I don't even know what it is, effect that's going on. I feel like am I like lagging or something? Get him. I hate that so much. Finally, some breathing room. Why are they always stunning me? I've never seen that. And that weird draw-in effect? Ooh. That looks weird. Kinda got lucky there. What? Oh, did he like silence me or something? Maybe. But we're already in overtime and they were much further ahead than we were. That was a long load. Fuck. Things are having problems. Why are there so many effects that constantly drag you around? I don't remember that being a thing. Yeah. That took too long. They were pretty good though. I'll give them that. Well, honestly, I would have felt weird if I would have just gotten like a bunch of wins in a row. It was a bit of a weird team makeup, maybe. Anyways, was a nice introduction to PvP again. I enjoyed it. It's really, really fun. Oh, I can actually repair this. At least that still gives me quite a lot to look forward to with PvP. Alright, that being said, let me go onto my island real quick. Take a look at if I can still do anything there and potentially, you know, oh god. Server load again. Let's just try a couple times. It'll work eventually, huh? I don't know if it's too good for the service if you're constantly doing this. Oh boy. Are there really... There aren't even really that many people standing around here, but then again, it's kind of hard to tell maybe. Why the fuck do people have their mounts out? Yeah, in terms of my island sanctuary, I really just want to confirm that the agenda is set all the way until, well, Sunday is... Well, tomorrow and Saturday, basically, because Sunday is supposed to be the break. And aside from that, well, I really just want to feed my animals, probably, because the monument still won't have been built. So it's really just animals, crops, and then... Oh yeah, let's change to botanist. I do really need to figure out a set for the island. It is pretty crazy to me, though, that it's so overloaded, apparently. Well, I could grab more tools for the Pathological Pathfinder Mark III, right? But as long as the monument's still being built, it's there. I really feel like that isn't truly necessary. 78, nice. Alright, so I'm pretty sure... So this is today, the rest of today is still set. That's tomorrow is set, and this is Saturday. And then Sunday is going to be the rest day, and on Sunday I can do the agenda for Monday. That's fine. And I'm also not missing any materials for this. Cool. Perfect. So we can just keep that. That's just passively making money. Aside from that, I can change appearances. I do need to get the new glamour prison stuff. This I can just move, and he needs more basic mammoth-sized builder's tools, I suppose. Right. So let's just see what's going on with my animals and crops. And then I feel like that's going to be it. I mean, it's 7 p.m. now. It was really a short stream compared to yesterday, but then again, I'm, you know, I'm doing less stuff now that I'm through with the, like, MSQ and the raid quest and whatnot. There's still much to be done. The new Totaro quest, the new Newfound Adventure quest, and then obviously preparing for Savage Raid. But I feel like, especially the crafting, I'm just going to do most of that off stream, to be honest. So let's just confirm, review status of animals. I could give them more food. I don't think I have enough, though, right? I mean, they're still fine. The problem is just that I'm not here tomorrow. So I should probably feed them so that they'll be fine throughout the day tomorrow, right? That actually gives you 50 experience per thing. Oh, what's Jimmy doing over there? Hi, Jimmy. Ooh, hello! The windmill's already taking shape. Huh. In terms of feed, though... Oh, I have enough. Nice. I'll feed them. I do wonder how long feeding them actually lasts. I mean, obviously you can get the better quality food later, right? When you're doing that with your own crops. That will probably last. I mean, if this already lasts what feels like an entire day, until it even drops to the second, like, highest. Because now the heart is filled, right? And before it was like a quarter empty, I feel like. So dropping all 4 stages probably takes like 2 days or something. So that's pretty cool that it takes a while. Yeah, let's just water the crops as well. I mean, it isn't really a problem, right? If you water them too much. They do take longer to grow than I thought, though, interestingly enough. Because I planted these on Tuesday, right? Right when I got the stuff, basically. Oh, then again, did I get the fields right away? Actually, I'm not too sure about that. But anyway, this means that everything will be prepped, right? And I can rest easy, at least, going to work tomorrow knowing that my island will be okay until tomorrow evening. And then I can have a quick glance at it as well. I wonder why the parrot is constantly doing judgmental stares, but sure. Yeah, overall, I do think it was a productive day. I mean, I got the kill that I wanted, and even though I wasn't able to farm my weapon, I feel like it makes more sense for me, and I'm going to do this off stream now and farm out a bunch more gear, crafting gear and whatnot. And yeah. That still leaves me with the full Sunday and Monday to do a bunch of stuff. And I could even feasibly still, you know, for example, do the pentamelding Tuesday morning or something. So, yeah. That's it. I mean, maybe, you know, I'm just blown away by what a great book the Encyclopedia Eorzea is. Inter-elemental relationships. Scholars have long known about the relationships of the elements, these characteristics documented in the ancient tome Essences and Permutations, a treatise of the 6 elements. And then it says here, spark of lightning ignites when it strikes, and thus fire is born. The beat of fire renders ash all that it touches, and thus earth is born. So it's a cycle, right? That's really, really cool. The density of earth shuns sun and harbors cold, and thus ice is born. The armor of ice melts away, and thus water is born. The moistness of water mists and rises, and thus wind is born. The gusts and sights of wind gather the clouds, and thus lightning is born. That's really cool. Earth grounds lightning, water erodes earth, lightning boils water. Fire is extinguished by wind, ice is melted by fire, wind is obstructed by ice. The 6 elements are manifest in all things great and small, and their polarity deriveth from the astral heavens above and the umbral depths below. That is actually interesting with the above and below, right? Because as far as we know, below is the ethereal sea and above the great expanse. Kind of an interesting thing there. Oh god. Even the next page, like this is page 10 and 11 out of, how many pages does this have? 300 something. It's bending ever so slightly, but that'll probably fade with time. It's probably because of the print, right? Yeah. I mean, if you put another book on top of it or something, that will probably be fine. But yeah, even on page 10 and 11 already, there's like massive texts about, well, a bunch of stuff in 14, right? Let me just read one. Top leftmost says crystals. When a living entity dies, the ether remaining will normally leave the body and return to the world's ethereal currents, also known as the life stream. When a living entity, however, experiences death-inducing trauma, such as mortal wound in battle, the resulting sudden release of its most heavily aspected life energy will oftentimes manifest corporeally before it can return to the life stream, a phenomenon we know as crystals. This can also occur when a wound is dealt to the very land itself, and is a reason why crystal deposits are found throughout the land. And why, for example, after the 7th Umbral Calamity, right, we had these like big crystal structures. The elemental aspect of the energy trapped in these crystals can be harnessed and used in a myriad of manners. Applying fire crystals to a forge can increase its internal temperature, assisting in the smelting of ore. The cooling properties of an ice crystal can assist a grocer in maintaining the freshness of meat or produce. That said, due to the extreme concentration of aspected ether within a crystal, direct consumption of a crystal by a living being can severely alter the ethereal balance within its body, ultimately resulting in severe injury or even death. Well, I can definitely see that now. This is absolutely great. God, I'm gonna love this. Absolutely gonna love this. Anyways, that's gonna be it for the stream. It was a ton of fun as always. I'm gonna do some crafting off stream now, and I will return on Sunday. Possibly also for a little bit of a shorter stream. I mean, you have to remember that I'm gonna go ham on Savage Tuesday moving forward. So what I'll definitely be streaming on Sunday though is hopefully to get my weapon and in the new extreme, possibly doing Sephiroth as well, possibly doing a little bit more PvP, probably doing more Island Sanctuary, and yeah, we'll see about crafting. I said that I kind of plan to maybe go back to Divinity Original Sin either on Sunday or Monday. Yeah, currently that doesn't look all too great. I just want to stick to 14. Still have to do too much, right? Though maybe I'll be able to do at least some stuff tomorrow evening after work. We'll see. Might be a bit of a shorter one on Sunday though, because I'm going to be doing a bunch of stuff off stream. But yeah, more 14. Thanks for being here. It's been an absolutely awesome day, awesome week so far as well. Especially yesterday and Tuesday were absolutely great streams, and you know, going through the story and everything with a new patch is always a treat. Hope it was fun for you too. Hopefully I'll see you next time. Have a great rest of your evening, morning, day, wherever you are. Until then, bye-bye.